Let's begin today's session. I am Saurav Raj. I work with the Pan IT team and IT Startups team, alumni of IT Delhi 2004 batch. And I'm extremely delighted to welcome you all today to day 2 of PIWOT 2025. This is the IIT Startups track. What we had yesterday was an amazing set of panel discussions where we invited founders, where we invited investors who share exchanges, information, knowledge about firsthand of what it takes to build startups and what does it take to support people who are building startups. Continuing the same fashion today, we have some engaging discussions which will come up, which will draw on discussions of parallelism between what happens in India versus what happens in the US, followed by presentations pitching across startups from C12 cohort, which is the IT Startups Cohort, and also several other startups, promising startups, who are coming up later in the day. So to begin with today's session, I'll hand over to Mehak Kalras. He is a student at IIT Bombay, who will guide us through the rest of the sessions. Thank you, and good to have you with us today. Thank you.
So hello everyone, a very warm welcome to all of you being here. So welcome to Startup Track program at PIWOT 2025. I hope you all have enjoyed yesterday's event and panel discussions too. With the same note, we are also having various insightful keynote sessions today as well. Then followed by an introduction of IIT Startup by Pradeep sir too. Then we'll have IIT Startups Demo Day and Ignite's open pitches. So this is a brief schedule of today's event so that you can also align your schedule with it. With this, I would like to give a brief intro about Ratun Lahori ma'am. She is an IIT Kharagpur Distinguished Alumnus and also serves as President of IIT Kharagpur Alumni Association in the UK. She is currently a Senior Advisor at Unicorn India Ventures. Prior to early stage investing, Ratun was the Head of Global Development Program at the London Stock Exchange Group 2. She has over 2.5 decades of experience of business leadership and global consulting too. With this, I would like to hand over the mic to Ratun ma'am. Thanks a lot.
I am Ratun Lahiri, as Mehak said, IIT Kharagpur, Mechanical Engineering, class of 1991. Jurassic age, when girls didn't do mechanical engineering. But my father is a mechanical engineer from IIT Kharagpur, class of 1960. And that's the reason I followed him in his footsteps. I'm Senior Advisor at Unicorn India Ventures. This is an India-focused venture fund that invests in technology startups in India. We are just about to, we are at the cusp of closing our third fund, which is a $150 million fund. And we raise money in India and internationally, primarily in the US. And every rupee, dollar, euro, pound raised is invested in Indian startups. And with me this morning is Bhaskar Majumdar. He's co-founder and managing partner at Unicorn India Ventures. This venture fund was started by Bhaskar and his co-founder Anil Joshi in 2016. And as I mentioned, this is now the third fund that we are closing. Bhaskar and I are also related. I'm married to him for the last 31 years. We met at IIT Kharagpur decades ago, and we've had very different career paths. But I joined the fund 2 years ago, and as senior advisor. And honestly, this is the best phase of my career, and I'm enjoying it the most. So I think in terms of today what I want to talk about is, as we've gone about raising this third fund, we had a target of raising 1/3 of the fund, which is $50 million in the US, which we did, in a course of a little more than a year. And I think that is primarily because of the tailwinds behind India, and what India is today, the Sinosure of all eyes, the envy of the world. Also, I must say, a bit of our track record and, what we bring to the table. So in terms of, as I said, when I was growing up, we've already established I come from the Jurassic age. Entrepreneurship was not a word we ever understood. But in the last decade or so, India today is the world's third largest startup ecosystem with 117 unicorns and counting. We have been fortunate to fund India's 100th unicorn. We at Unicorn India Ventures. This is a company called Open Bank. But what I wanted to say is that when we were traveling, all over, we spent about 6 months, that is going to reduce now a bit, but over the last 2 or 3 years, we've been spending about 6 months of the year in the US. And I was mesmerized by the startup system that I see in the US and the similarities that I see with India, And so what I want to do this morning is primarily talk, there are many, many similarities, but I want to talk about 6 key similarities that we have discovered, that we find between India and the US, and why I think, India is poised on a journey, that is unstoppable. So let me start with the first point, wealth creation. In the US, what we find is wealth creation is not limited just to New York or Los Angeles, or the key cities of the US. You find it, all over the US, from Atlanta, Georgia, Palm Beach, Florida, of course, it has some of the wealthiest people, including, it's a billionaires row, etc. But it's not just limited to a Palm Beach or, in Manhattan, New York. This is all over the US, in terms of that. Similarly, we see a very similar trend in India. We were in Mysore just 2 weeks ago, and every car showroom possible, is there in Mysore, which means it's a thriving ecosystem. What we often term as tier 2, tier 3 cities, I call progressive cities, are a testament to what is happening in India in terms of our wealth creation all over India. I mean, if somebody can create a 1 crore cheesecake business out of Jodhpur and wants to take it pan-India, you can see the wealth creation that is happening all over India, in terms of that. Just yesterday, somebody was talking to me about student housing. And they said that there's a startup, founded by some IITians, that wants to look into student housing. And they're saying that it can range up to 2 lakhs per month, in terms of rent, a student being able to afford that. Well, the parents of the student really, very entitled kids, I must say. But what I'm saying is it's that amount of wealth, and coming from Rajkot, Surat, other places, in terms of what I was quoted. So, this wealth creation is not just limited to one city, it is all over India, and we see that reflected in the startups that we fund. 2/3 of our investments at Unicorn India Ventures are from tier 2, tier 3 cities. I call them progressive cities. And they are some of our most remarkable founders, and startups. The other point is, we owe a deep debt of gratitude, to our IT services industry for putting India on the global map. But having said that, India is no longer today a services market and has moved much beyond being an IT services, market as such. India is known for deep tech now, and that is also reflected in our fund, in the way we are funding companies, and how our fund thesis has moved from Fund 1 to Fund 2 to Fund 3. Let me just give you a small example. About 2 days ago, we announced investment in a company, in a space tech startup called Orbitade, a company we first met about a year ago. And please look them up. Economic Times and a host of other publications have carried this story. This is a space tech company that is talking about refueling in space in the LEO and geostationary orbits. And just before we signed on the dotted line, when we met them in August last year, I remember sitting across them in Bangalore, and I said, if this is such a brilliant idea, why do you not have more? There's another very well-funded company in the US. Why do you not have more competition? And I remember one of the founders, and a brilliant scientist and a very, very nice person, he was looking, typical scientist, and looking at his feet, looking at his nails and talking. He looked straight up, looked me in the eye and said, because the technology is so complicated and because very few people understand it, that's the confidence of New India in our deep tech and what we are doing. We are about to announce investment in next week from Bhubaneswar, of a transportation company that's basically drones, transferring food material, to high altitude areas. They are working very closely with the government, with the armed forces, with the Indian armed forces. We are going to do that. We have also invested in a company from called IROV, which is in the underwater drone, this thing, So deep tech in India is booming and it's here to stay. So there was a time when we said India is not a deep tech market, that will only come out of the US. No, Chandrayaan 3, I think, put us on the global map. At least people just stood up and looked, but we as Indians knew all along, we have what it takes. The third thing, domestic market. US is a huge domestic market, and so is India. If you, all of you as you travel, you will notice this. When we were growing up, the luxury hotels, were always filled with international tourists. Today, when you travel, when you see in the travel and tourism sector, they are few and far in between. It's not the NRIs, it is Indians from India who are able to travel, who are able to live. It's so much pride to see that, in terms of this thing. And these are not just, corporate head honchos, but these are owners of SMEs, who are able to build, successful SMEs, who are enjoying with their families, who are growing up, who are able to travel and do this. And that is also, in its own way, fueling a consumer trend in India. So today we are talking about deep tech. It is our prediction that India will also become, in the near future, a huge consumer market. When I landed in Mumbai about a month ago, there was a box, very kindly somebody had gifted a box of chocolates, Manam chocolates. I don't know if you've come across them. Hand on heart, that box of chocolates, if I could have bought in Harrods or in Bergdorf Goodman in New York or Harrods in London and anywhere, and it is better than most, chocolates you would find anywhere in the world. Such is the packaging and such is the quality of the chocolates. There's another brand that we came across the other day called Cotenia, in porcelain. Where? So as I'm saying, as we grow in prosperity, as the country becomes, more prosperous, consumer goods will also become a huge sector in India, and there will be funds that fund consumer goods in terms of that. Because at the end of the day, you cannot grow, no market can grow unless you have a strong domestic market. And India is becoming that very strong domestic market in every sphere. Then the third thing I wanted to say is, like the US, and that is something I deeply admire about the US, Indians, we do not, sit on our wealth. Wealth creators, because very often it is first generation wealth creation, we have the courage to say, we will invest that wealth again. Unlike Europe, and I'm not making a blanket statement, but this is what we find very largely in Europe, where it's a lot of inherited wealth that funds a very nice lifestyle, but they are worried about investing that wealth, in case, it is lost. But in India, and in the US, I find this very often, and initially I was so surprised by it, that they are willing to bet it because they know they have the ability to create that wealth again, should it not come back. Because they have belief and self-confidence in themselves. And that is another huge, similarity that I find between the US and India. Finally, the fifth point I wanted to make is about the dynamism, that you find in the US startup ecosystem and the Indian startup ecosystem. With a median age of 28, 50% of the population below the age of 25, and 65%, below the age of 35, of course, optimism is just it defines India. As I was saying, the other day, you come out of the aircraft doors open, you step off an aircraft in India, on Indian soil, and you just feel, from the beaming smile, from driver G who greets you at the, he might have waited 3 hours, 2 hours, come in the middle of the night to pick you up, but the smile never leaves, his face or their face. It is that optimism, that dynamism of youth, that India brings, and that optimism that can only come from, that courage that can only come from youth. America may not be as young a country, but they have huge dynamism too. And do you know why? Because it's a country of immigrants. The best and brightest of the world want to flock to America. And they have fire in their bellies. They will do whatever it takes, to succeed. And that is also a very dynamic market. So and that's what I wanted to say, that, both the ecosystems are so similar from that point of view. And last but not the least, pride in country. I first visited the United States of America about 30 years ago. And this image has always stayed with me. I remember I was in California, at Disneyland, and, they sang the national anthem. And I just stood up. I have never felt, goosebumps with any national anthem but the Indian national anthem. And I heard people singing, and I looked around and I said, what must this country be if people can sing with such full-throated, voice, their national anthem? And I always used to regret that in India we always looked at the West and said, oh, well, West mein to acha hai. That pride is there in India today. I see it in our bureaucrats. I see it in our brilliant entrepreneurs. I see it in our college kids. I see it in every strata of society. Last time when I was, about 3 months back when I was in India, and our usual, the gentleman who drives us in Bombay, he was on holiday, and a replacement, driver G had come, and we were chatting, and he said, my 15-year-old son is learning French. And I said, I beg your pardon? And he said, wo Paris wala. So I said, huh? And I said, kyon? He said, because India itni achhi India is doing so well, apna bhasha chhod ke ek videshi bhasha bhi seekhna hai, so that he can work and he can represent India abroad. Look at the thinking, And when people ask me, very often, people ask me, just the other, why do you think India is unstoppable? I say, because of people like Driver G, who speaks like that, because of an IITian, I'm not, that I was speaking to day before yesterday, a very senior IPS officer who's now on, on a study break at Harvard, who said to me, I'm, as I said, Jurassic age, so he called me ma'am, and he said, ma'am, I want to come back and dedicate the rest 20 years of my life to building India. And he's an IITian, he comes from a computer science background, he wants to apply artificial intelligence in policing. When you have people like that, across all strata of society, where will this country go? Can you imagine the potential of this country? So I just want to say, end by saying this one thing, that, I admire the US. It's a great country, it's a brilliant startup ecosystem, but India will chart its own growth. That is my prayer for India. We should never succumb to crass materialism. We should be who we are with our deep culture, heritage, and who we are as a nation, And at the moment, we have we are a secular country. We have the Kumbh Mela going on. Look at the spiritual capital that we have. We believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. That is the ethos with which our founders build companies, our entrepreneurs build companies, and that is what we take to the world. So I end by saying today that our entrepreneurs are our best and the brightest, and they are nation builders. We welcome you, we admire you, and thank you for being you. I now invite Bhaskar to come up and speak about global trends and the Indian startup ecosystem.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. like, I cannot explain in words that how you impact the youth like us. Like, when I hear from the alumni like you, like, I really feel some courage and the fire inside us that we should also build something and impact the society in the same way that you all are doing. Like, coming from a very small city myself, I heard that you are saying about the progressive cities. That also brings some courage inside us that these days, founders like you are not thinking in the same way like they used to think around 20 or 30 years maybe. Like, earlier people just used to invest in the metropolitan cities only. But these days you are seeing the wealth in the progressive cities too. And when you mentioned about drone, space tech, deep tech, that is like the next generation or the youth is coming to build it up. So with this, like, the fire is there in me as well. And I'm really courageous to see some impact in the society. And I will also like to contribute just a delta maybe, but I will try to do it. So thank you, ma'am, for your speech. Now, with this note, I would also like to introduce about Bhaskar Majumdar. As ma'am mentioned, he is also an IIT Kharagpur alumni and also the alumni of Harvard Business School too. He is currently the founder and managing partner at Unicorn India Ventures, and he is also a seasoned media and technology executive. He has held senior positions at Times of India, Z Films, etc. He has invested across 30 startups in India and UK with cumulative valuation of around $3 billion. So this is how he is impacting the society and also investing in the startup ecosystem that is coming up. So thank you, sir, and I would like to hand over mic to you, please. Please have a huge round of applause for him.
As already introduced, Bhaskar Majumdar, batch of 89, IIT Kharagpur Mechanical Engineering. So after what Ratun said, I'd just carry over some of the elements of that discussion. So most of you, quite a few of you all I can see here are startup founders. You guys live and breathe these data daily, but I just thought I would just run through some of the key elements so that we all understand why the last 10 years has been momentous from the perspective of startups in India. India today is what I call a natural home for startups. It is indeed the third biggest startup market. The last 10 years has seen the growth of startups and entrepreneurship. And today, having a career in entrepreneurship and running a startup is an accepted career choice, which was not when we were growing up and when we passed out of IIT. I just run through some of the main reasons. Most of it is well known to you. One, at the macro level, the economic stability that is present in India today because of the constant GDP growth year after year, as well as at a macro level, the low debt ratio, which is the lowest among all the developing countries. Secondly, it's very, very important to understand what really has happened in India in the last 10 years. Today, India is indeed a digital-first economy. It has the lowest cost of data globally, less than 7 cents a gig, while in the US it is about $3.5, $3.6, and in the UK it's close to £5 a gig. This and the availability of low-cost smartphones has made digital a pathway for everybody. I mean, we all know that we are living in a digital economy constantly. And the beauty is, for the last 10 years, unlike a lot of countries, the government has worked hard to break through what is called a digital divide. So today you have everybody capable of using digital technologies. Third, and a very, very important aspect where India remains the cynosure of the world, is the public digital infrastructure. Yesterday we heard a lot of the ministers who had come in speak about public digital infrastructure. Fundamentally, what is a public digital infrastructure? It is where the government is putting forth the infrastructure and allowing private players and startups and consumers to plug into it on a constant basis. So whether it is the UPI, the ONDC, the developing digital health stack, all of this has led to a new business models in a nation, and all of this is where the large number of countries are aping the India model. And finally, very, very importantly, in the last 10 years or so, there has been very strong government initiatives. when the startup, exactly 9 years ago, almost to a day, when Prime Minister Modi announced the startup mission, along with that came 10,000 crores of SIDBI fund of funds creation. And there have been a whole lot of VC funds, us included, who have gained from that. Apart from that, yesterday there was a gentleman from Birak. They are one of the biggest sponsors in biotech. There is the PLI and DLI schemes of the government, which has really helped push some of the deep tech and manufacturing companies. So there is a strong thrust towards government initiatives, and all of this has really led to the growth of the startup industry. I think this is quickly taking from the points that Ratun had very rightly raised about the similarities between both the US and India ecosystems. In India, the VC market is hardly 10 years, maximum about 15, 20 years old. In US, it is over 75 years old. Draper started 75 years ago. But what is happening in the US in 75 years is literally happening in India in 15, 20 years. If you see today, India is very much behind the US, but fast catching up. In the last 10 years, the percentage growth of the funding that is going into the startups in India is 4 times that of the US. Similarly, if you can see the number of VC funds that have come through in India over the last 10 years. The very interesting point, which again Ratun mentioned, is the spread of the investments in the startups in both the countries. If you see US, I think it's 40% today outside the 4 core regions of Bay Area, LA, Boston, and New York. Similarly, over here in India, till about 2017, a mere 6% of the startup funding used to go outside NCR, Bangalore, and Mumbai. Today, it is as high as 24%. And as a fund, it's well known that we were among the first funds who started investing in tier 2, tier 3, or progressive cities, as we intend to call it going forward. So we've got investments from Cochin, Trivandrum, Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Bhubaneswar, Indore, Hyderabad, Pune, everywhere, of course, apart from these 3 places. The other very interesting thing is, of course, the vivid change has been in the unicorn creation in India. Till 2016-17, there were only 2 unicorns in India. Fast forward now, there is well over 110 unicorns in India. And this is growing very, very rapidly. The other interesting chart is the time taken for unicorn creation. In that, India has more or less equaled US, where it takes 7 to 8 years for unicorns to sort of be created in India. I think one very interesting chart over here is the founder's age. Whenever we hear startups, we tend to think bright, young, sharp guys, while of course that is there. In US, the average age of the founders is 47 years. In India, it is 42 years. And the main reason for that, and why the age keeps going up, is because there is once the ecosystem sort of develops, you have more senior founders, more exited founders who come and start again creating new businesses. So this again is a trait that as a fund we have been doing. The average age when we sign the first check for the founders is 41 years. So while we have very bright, sharp founders, most of our founders tend to be senior corporate executives, 15, 20 years, coming out to do their own gig, and that's when we sort of come and back them. I think there's quite a few startup folks today I met earlier on. And today, in India, there are various sources of funding available. When I did my first venture back in 2000, at that point, there were 3, maximum 4 VCs possibly in India. There was no angel ecosystem, and very few people even understood what startup as an asset class was. Very, very different from the market of today. Today, at each stage of the growth of the company, there are various sources of investments available. In the startup journey, as all of you all know, initially it's got to be the friends and family round where people back you rather than the business. They are the people who trust you, know you over a period in time, and they are the ones who are sort of backing you. Post that, you would classically look at the angel rounds, today India has a very active angel network, and angels today are reinvesting because a lot of angels have made a lot of money over the last 10 odd years or so. There are very active angel platforms. Some of them can compete with the best in the world in terms of their reporting and stuff like that. Then you come to micro VCs. Classically, micro VCs are the ones who embellish investments alongside a new emerging class called super angels. Now, super angels are folks who have already made substantial exits, folks who are sitting on capital, folks like, we all know some of them like Kunal Bahal, Nitin Kamath, all these guys, they are almost like micro funds themselves, putting sizable monies. And the beauty is if you get people like that, apart from the money, you always get their expertise and knowledge. So we as a fund encourage, love to see companies when we look at them where there are some super angels already invested. Then again, you have in a pre-series A classical institutional funds like us. We position ourselves as the first institutional fund. Typically, from the third fund, we put anywhere between 10 to 12, 14 crores as a first check. And the way we invest is we only use 20% of our investable corpus to create the portfolio. The rest of it, we sort of back the winners of the portfolio. So in that sense, we are a pretty concentrated fund. And then, of course, as the companies grow, as the companies cross the valley of death, which is the riskiest part where we sort of go in, then you have the later stage VCs, the growth VCs, and the private equity firms. Alongside this, I'd just like to touch upon two aspects which is fast and newly emerging in India. One is the family offices. Typically a family office is an industrial house where they have created wealth or creating wealth through another line of business, but they are using the family office structure to invest outside of their core business. Now, family offices in India is the fastest growing segment. Family offices invest in funds like us, but they also do directly into companies. And the beauty of family offices is they move very fast. They are fast decisions. They are not held back by corporate structures. They do not have that many restrictions. So family offices for startups is a very good path for raising money. And then yesterday there was a fantastic session on corporate venturing. This is something which is coming up in India. You have global majors like the Googles and MasterCard, Visa card. You have Indian enterprises like all the banks and others. All of them are looking towards corporate venturing to come up. So corporate venturing is another newly fast emerging area in India. I think finally, one of the biggest problems in the whole Indian industry was the usual question, all this is fine, but where are the exits? I think if we step back 10 odd years, there would be hardly 2 or 3 technology exits in a year taking place, and mostly would be bought by some of the US tech majors. Today, the whole scenario is completely changed. If you remember reading the Economic Times, even 5 years ago, there would be only one page on startups. So the startups and the real industry were at arm's length to each other. Today, if you see, startup news is an integral part of a story of Economic Times front page. So there's no difference between the Indian corporate sector and the startups. And that is something which we are starting to see as more and more, typical large corporates, the BSE 100, 200 companies have started to acquire many number of startups on an ongoing basis. The other very, very interesting aspect is the IPO market. In India, there would be no startup IPOs till last year. Well, last year was a breakaway year with 13 odd IPOs. There's a pipeline of 28 IPOs which is there and approved and waiting for listing this year. I think next year we will cross 50 plus IPOs, and a couple of our portfolio companies are also in sync for IPOs. Why suddenly the IPO market boomed? And it is important to just take a step back and understand. Fundamentally, there's certain changes in the rules have been made about the listing. So earlier, you had to have 3 years of profitability. the promoters, as the word was in the IPO market, had to have a minimum 26% shareholding. These were fundamental structures which were not possible in VC invested startup businesses. These rules have changed, and therefore going forward, we can see far more IPOs starting to come. Also, Indian domestic institutional investors have started to understand what is category creating loss-making businesses rather than merely cash flow generative businesses. So combination of these two things is something which is going to spiral the IPO market for startups going forward in India. And along with the IPOs and M&As, for funds like early funds like us, there is a huge growth in what is called the sponsor acquisition market, or basically selling our stake to other larger funds and secondary funds. That is something else which I think will be a fast growing market in India. I think I was asked yesterday to put forth, what our house view is. Some of these points Ratun has already captured, but I just quickly say the two macro views we have without going into it from a sector perspective is that we think that D2C is going to be a big area of growth. As a fund, we are not into D2C as yet, but we are actively looking what to do going forward. The emerging growth of the Indian middle class and the mass affluence which is taking place will really lead to a D2C growth. And of course, we are very bullish in terms of deep tech. For us, the reason we believe deep tech is at the macro level, there is a China plus strategy working out. Make in India is finally starting to see the light of the day. The government schemes, whether it is productivity linked incentive schemes or design linked incentive schemes, have started to come into companies, and these schemes sits in very well with some of the early investors' money, because through these schemes you're only allowed to invest in hardware, and while the operating costs is picked up by the early VC investments. So these are sectors which are bound to grow. One last point is another reason which doesn't get highlighted why deep tech will grow in India is because of a very strong patents law and a patents framework which is being done by the government. So we are very bullish on the entire deep tech industry. In short, I must confess that all of us are very lucky to be living through these times where the macro is very much in favor of us. I always tell, whenever our international investors ask us about our performance, yes, it's been good, no doubt, but as I keep saying, a rising tide lifts all boats. And we are very lucky that we see the India growth story continuing unabated. India remains the cynosure of the world, and the spirit of entrepreneurship that is there is spreading deep within India. Challenges will always be there. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. But I would say don't quit. We just have to keep at it. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your inspiring talks. Firstly, I have to congratulate both of you on being such a power couple. Like, just as a team, the way you function and the way you present your ideas together, it's so cohesive. I think it's very inspiring for just to see the co-founder bond and even just the way that you work together. So thank you so much for being such great role models. Just specifically regarding your juxtaposition of the American versus the Indian ecosystem, since you've observed American founders as well as Indian founders so closely, I'd like you to kind of explain to us what differences or stark contrasts you've seen in terms of the principles or just the way they think, and what you would like to see in terms of things that we can keep in mind or that we can learn from them.
You want to go first?
Yeah, a lot of it depends upon where the stage is in the evolution of the whole startup ecosystem. America has been having it for so many years. And that's why the risk-taking capability, not just of the entrepreneurs, but more importantly of the investors, is much more than in India. Deep tech in India 5 years ago would have been unthinkable, because even as investors, they would have looked at it as a long-drawn cycle and all of that. So to basically say that the biggest difference is Americans, more than anywhere else in the world, are great risk takers, both the entrepreneurs and the investors. And the scale of ambition, which is now starting to come in India, is also another big difference. America thinks big, very big, global. And I think it is yesterday, like Mr. Arjun Malhotra very rightly said, India now has the home market, and after the home market has sort of developed, that's the time when they go at the international market. America always had the home market, and so they could go international. I think the timing from every perspective is right for India.
Thank you, Bhaskar. I think absolutely, the scale of ambition, the level of ambition, but then they've been at it for a very long time. But we are fast catching up. But I want to make another point here. In America, I think they have one advantage whereby they are willing to waste a lot of money. Their VCs, there are many businesses, where they just pump money into the business and they make it work. In India, we are not yet doing that. But we have had, Bhaskar and I have been, well, I can vouch for myself, and I've been part of conversations where you have very deep-pocketed investors who are saying it is time to create a global brand out of India, and even if it's a loss leader for a number of years, let's get together and create that brand. So that spirit, is now coming into India too.
Right, thank you for that question. Let's go for the next
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for the very nice presentation. I am Kirti Man, a graduate from IIT Kanpur, 2010 graduated. I am a three times founder. We are transforming cross-border made-to-order procurements from India. So my question is, how do you see a founder who has failed in his previous venture and is trying to raise in his next venture? What are the judgments, positives, negatives? How do you make the right judgments?
I have a poster in our office which says, businesses fail, entrepreneurs never fail. And I strongly believe in that. Entrepreneurship is a state of the mind. It is, you have to be at it, you have to start it off. Things fail, you move on to the next one. I'm not saying you be a, rolling stone. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if it fails, then you go ahead and do the next one. We've had number of founders from within the firm, from within the fund. They failed in the first business, and right now they are running a very, very successful business the second time over. So I think most VCs like to see failures. In an entrepreneur, in the sense that if an entrepreneur has failed earlier, they at least know some of the mistakes they don't make. And so early stage VCs, for them, I don't think this is a negative at all. And especially in the changing India. This was a very big negative 10 years ago, when India used to keep saying that we have to learn from the US how they embrace failures. I think that is starting to come over here now.
If I can just add to that, I think, I'm not an entrepreneur, and I can never be one. Bhaskar is an entrepreneur. The mindset is totally different. And I deeply admire all of you who are entrepreneurs. Because, there are three traits that I find which I can never be. You have an optimism about the future. You always see a glass as half full. That is the first thing I notice about entrepreneurs, because I'm sitting outside the box and I'm seeing this. That's my observation. Number two, you have a courage of conviction. Even when the world says no, you still go ahead with your idea, and that courage of of conviction only an entrepreneur can have. And last but not the least, you build a team, you take people with you. So, in a very different way, I'm not saying in a corporate way, somehow you're able to put together, what we say, jugaad. And, you just get people together, whether it be here, and so, these universal entrepreneurship traits are universal, whether they be in America, whether they be in India, whether they be in China or anywhere. And that's what I wanted to say. So entrepreneurs never fail, as Bhaskar says. I think I must also say that, he's written a book called Everything Started as Nothing, and this phrase comes out of that, which is...
Thank you so much.
Right. Beautiful. So entrepreneurs never fail. Let's go to the next question. We'll take just 2 questions in the interest of time.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I'm Umesh Kumar, final year student at IIT Bombay. Actually, I want to ask that when is the right time to do a startup? Because most of the students in college, like me, their primary goal is to take a placement in good company and then do the 9 to 6 job. So, like, when is the right time?
You know, I think once you feel strongly about an idea, and once you see that the market is sort of there for that idea, that's the time you should aim to do a startup. My only advice is, a lot of people try to keep their feet in both the boats, as in they try to be in work and they try to also do their own startups. That never works. You may take your time to make a decision, but once you've sort of taken a decision, that's the time you have to draw a line in the sand and then go ahead full on entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship has no optionality. That's the only thing you must live for, and that's what you have to go in and do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Right, so we'll take one question here.
Hello, I'm Ganesh Vishwanathan, 1985 pass out from IIT Madras. So we are running a Assisto Technologies AI startup. So basically, the question is that when we compare to US, the amount of encouragement, the amount of funding that product startups get in US, even at the idea level, is amazing. So many of the founders, they say that we have to go to the Bay Area to start such startups. So what is your thing? Because people here say that, okay, there should be a revenue, so they prefer D2C or could be a e-commerce. Something where there is a recurring revenue is what people prefer here. So how do you change the mindset? We are actually into AI, and we are improving the conversational AI by reducing, we are creating a disruption in speech to text. So that is a work that we are doing. So this question is...
I think it is changing. What you've said is absolutely true, but we are seeing it change. Even a conservative fund like us, which would always work towards ensuring that the companies break even sooner than later, even us, because of the larger market conditions, have invested in a semiconductor business where we don't see any revenues coming for the next 2 years or so. We have invested in a space business, a space tech business, which Ratun alluded to, where, any signs of revenue will only be after a launch. We have invested recently in investing recently in a nanotechnology carcinogenic business in the cancer detection area, where again we don't see revenues coming for the next 2, 3, 4 years. So I think the mindset of the investors is starting to change. I'll just do a quick reference, and then I know we are running out of time. I'll close the session. Is earlier Indian investors, so we've been in the game for 10 years or so. When we started, most of our LPs used to, unaware of the asset class, they used to say, when do we get back the money? So they didn't mind even if it was suboptimal, as long as they got the monies plus something back. Today, the same LPs are telling us that, don't force us to leave a business. It is your problem that your fund life is ending, but we want to stay invested in the business. So the overall mindset is slowly changing. And the starting point is, in US, they've been at it for 75 years. We are just learning the ropes and going ahead.
Thank you so much.
Right, we'll have one last question. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. And I just want to quickly thank you, because nation building, I think, comes in many forms, and what you are doing is nothing short of helping the nation grow. So thank you so much, both of you. And so my name is Mansi Gandhi, and I represent a startup called Hornback Mobility. One question that I want to ask you is, what do you see, that has changed over the last few years in terms of targeting markets other than India? Startups, when they start, typically they start in the home ground, and then later they want to move elsewhere. Targeting usually used to be very difficult outside India, even when the product market fit in the home ground is established. Do you see that has changed over the years?
I think it's not easy. It's still not easy to just land up in a particular country and start off. The old IT services model of, bootstrapping it, just going there, sending 2 people and working. That worked in the IT services model. Huge companies have been created, but that's not something which is going to work anymore in the SaaS models. We've got global companies where, founders have moved there, taken 2-3 years to integrate with the system and then work. Again, thanks to some of the companies like Zoho and Freshworks who've sort of established the playbook. Today, there are a lot of people in the US who have a very deep go-to-market strategies. They advise, especially Indian SaaS companies, on how to do a go-to-market strategy. And I think working closely with them is the way forward, rather than sending just a couple of people and just trying to sell the old IT services way.
Good, so I think we'll wrap up with that. Thank you everyone for your questions, and of course Bhaskar and Atundi for taking those. With that, I'd like to invite Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, President IIT Startups, to come on the stage and felicitate our esteemed guests.
With this, now I would like to invite Pradeep Bhargava. He is an IIT Kharagpur alumnus and also a president at IIT Startups. He is the CEO of Glad Mind Solutions. He has served senior positions at L&T, Mercedes and all. Now I would like to hand over the mic to him, and please take the stage.
Good morning and welcome to this IIT Startups program. Today, we are really happy to have, enthusiastic participation from all the members here who have come. And just to correct, I'm Pradeep Bhargav from IIT Kanpur. And I started my career with L&T, and that was Bombay. And it was in Bombay we learned something from one of the auto drivers, that idea ka paisa hai. And that time I said, people say anything, but if you really see, that is what translated into something what we call startup. And of course, startup ecosystem developed much later. And Bombay is a city which city never sleeps. You come at 2 in the night, you wake up 4 in the morning, it's always bubbling with energy. And what we see, the startup ecosystem is bringing the same kind of scenario in the work culture. And of course, we can talk about number of hours, but the passion that people put in is really interesting, and it pulls other people into the game. What I will share with you, our IT startups journey, and what we intend to share with you, what we intend to do along with these startups. So as you see, the logo itself, has some color which shows India. IT startups as an organization started in US in 2018. And the idea was that while we have the startups coming in, they also need to get funded, which of course we know it's been happening from mid-90s when the startup culture came in. But in India, the funding really started picking up, maybe late 2010 onwards and all. And therefore you see the unicorn subsequently. So it's not the dearth of talent, it's not the dearth of idea, but it also needs somebody should be able to support them. And if you give the proper support, then the success will emerge. Of course, there are other things like market, and you see the more competitive the market, better startups would come. But also there is a story where some countries, excel in bringing out a large number of startups, although the market is less. So you see in Germany, you see in Israel, you see different small pockets of excellence, and they are transporting all over the world. India has almost everything, right? So there's no reason why startups should stay behind anywhere. So what is our real mission? It's empowering the IIT alumni to build world-changing companies through unrivaled access to mentors, community, and capital. Since we have it, we have to make the access happen. And unrivaled, and so people can feel envious, but that's it. So we have immense amount of resources, and question is, how do we make it available to the IIT alumni? The way we have been looking at that, at least one founder should be an IITian, and then it becomes easier to emotionally pull our network of alumni to say, let's support them. And so that's why we always, request for at least one founder from IIT. So, empowering the alumni to innovate, collaborate, and global impact. Because people ask, what kind of startup? It says there's no real definition, revenue making, not revenue making, any startup. But what we believe that they should be able to create an impact and a global impact. So this is achieved through right mentoring, assistance, and also enabling the first check. So these are some of the things that we intend to help and provide. How do we do it? Interface with alumni. There are IIT incubation centers and see how we can leverage them. And actually many alumni come in different ways to support. And in fact, some of the keynotes yesterday said, I now see the power of alumni. Somewhere I will like to give it back. So when they come in, it's sort of, they start resonating with type of energy that you all bring here, and therefore it multiplies. And then there are programs which are very much like, many other accelerator and incubation centers. You have cohort programs, masterclass, expert connect, partnerships, and of course the demo day, which is coming up soon, and investor connect. So its partnerships are of different kinds, and if we talk about partnerships with the government agencies, with the other IIT alumni bodies, with corporates and investors. So cohort is this set of startups that we take through mentoring and acceleration, and that's roughly 16 weeks, and it is a structured program. So in order to create that structured program, we have a structure in ourselves. So normally we say, let's work in a structure. So if you see that we have, because it's a Section 8 company, IIT Startups in itself, so it has a board, it has an executive team, and many of the members are here. And then we have categorized the work in specific sets so that there is a continuity, and because it's a voluntary stuff, so it's not that people are able to do it for, let's say, 5 years, they will come for 1 year, 2 years, and then people change, but then we want continuity. So we create an organization which is open and yet have a structure. And then these are the stakeholders you see, from starting with alumni, institute, and therefore we have to have right integration with institute, industry, government, mentors. So mentors need not be from IIT. Investors need not be. The question is, wherever is money, then we can go there. So there's no boundary there. And experts, and then other startups, entrepreneurs. So these are a set of folks which you see here. Some of them are here, and maybe they could stand up if there are IIT Startups team members. You can just raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Yes. PG. So we have a lot of folks who are contributing on a regular basis. So happy to have them here with us. So there is this core team, there is a board, and so not all could make it to Bombay, but they are there at the background and supporting us. So one of the expectation from the cohort team and member is that they should prepare for every session. So if you have 16 sessions, then prepare for every session. There is a template, and they have to prepare. So, when you graduate out of engineering, then we realize that we don't know business. So we thought we knew everything, but we realized we know nothing. And you start again. And this becomes a very interesting because you might be really cracking some of the serious problems somewhere else, but in business suddenly we are nothing. And we start zero. And you say, how do you pitch? What do you say? What do you tell? And you start from basics. So attend every session. So not only the mentor would teach, but also other startups teach. And what we believe, as a cohort, when we say the people of the same, if you're like early stage, then you meet more early stage, and you have the similar problems. You may have a problem related to a tax, or you may have, just to open an office or shared office because you need to reduce cost. And all founders should attend means if only one founder is attending, I think they have a problem because he has to or she has to go back and align with the team. If all founders come in and attend, it becomes much more better and acceptance is higher. Otherwise, they would just represent with some person, and that person, when he goes back and they say, no, I don't believe you. So if you see alignment among the founders becomes one of the critical things. So you may have the best of idea, but if the founders themselves are not aligned, then it's not going to move ahead. Collaborate with other members and make winning your habit. So I think what Bhaskar said, right? Entrepreneurs never fail. So business can. So make winning a habit, and you start with the thought of winning, otherwise you won't. Some of the companies that have been doing well, but these are not all. So what we saw that 80 plus startups graduated in the last 3 years. 60% plus got funded, out of which 30% of the total were also institutionally funded. I cannot say that 100% exists. There are some which dropped off. So, but it's a fairly good measure at the moment, and we believe that it should improve. We are looking at 100% funding as we go ahead with more and more cohorts. So just to sum it up, that the way we structure in 2025, we also have master classes, which means an expert session in one of the weeks. It may not be really coinciding with the program, but it's available to all. So there are ways we're trying to make it available to all versus available only to cohort because they're part of the program. And most of these things from a success perspective ends up in a demo day. So whatever we do, in the end, we make it to come out as a result in the demo day. And with that, I thank you for joining us in this as we go to the demo day now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Pradeep sir, for that. For next set of activities, I'll just announce what is going to happen. Kshitish will be leading the next part of the sessions, which is about startups pitching to investors and rest of the audience as well. It's going to be fun, engaging sessions. Kshitish is one of the core team members of IIT Startups, and we work closely with Pan IIT team as well. He's a graduate from IIT BHU and has been active in the startup ecosystem for over 5 years now. He has been playing a pivotal role in shortlisting startups and getting them ready to come to this stage. So he plays a lot of stuff. So again, for all the startups who have been there, he's the go-to man and he's been helping a lot of you. We'll begin in 5 minutes. So for that, please, I'll request everyone for a quick tea break. We'll organize a bit of layout in the room as well in the meantime. So all of you can come back and listen to all these amazing startups. So let's circle back. 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Mumbai. Hello, everyone. I hope the Josh is high. So I have got the news that the investors have arrived in the room. The startups are already ready. Can we have a quick check? Investors, can you please raise your hands? I see very few at the front. Startups who are pitching, can you please raise your hands? So one request. The front rows are reserved for investors, at least the first 5-6 rows. And startups can sit behind that. And we'll be calling their names one by one. So right now, our volunteers are sharing this form with the investors, right? So this particular form contains, at the above section, you'll have your details, personal details, your name and your contact details. And below that, you have a table consisting of the name of the startup, a one-liner about them, how much they are raising, and if you're interested to meet them or not. And at the very bottom, you have the feedback and comments. So today we'll be having two pitches. One is from 10 to 12. We are definitely past the time. First pitch will be of IIT startups who were part of IIT Startups Cohort 12 Accelerator. Second one will be open pitching, who are or not part of IIT startups. The second pitching is expected to happen from 12 to 2. We will try to keep it on time so that everyone can finish the pitches before lunch and can have meaningful interactions as well. So there are three major instructions. Investors sitting at the front rows, startups sitting at the back. The startup that has to pitch, our volunteers will arrange them here, and the others will be called at the door. Second, the startups who have to pitch, each pitch will be of 4-minute duration, and we'll be giving a light ring at the end of 3 minutes. Team Bhumika and Kundan, can we play it, please? That marks 3 minutes. And at the end of the 4 minutes, we will hit the buzzer. That's loud. Good. So the 4-minute pitch followed by 2 minutes of Q&A. We'll possibly have 2 questions, I believe, 2 to 3. Depends on how concise the founders are. Yeah. And one more instruction. After 4 minutes, the podium mic will be off. So the startup founder will have to pause their presentation and go on the Q&A mode. So everyone, the first startup today from IIT Startups Cohort 12 is Be Able Health. The founders are Habib and Srihari, quite young and dynamic guys. They have over a decade of experience. Not so. And they are building a game-based hardware and software for upper limb rehabilitation. So please welcome Habib and Srihari.
Millions across the world require physical rehabilitation every year. With just one therapist serving around 17,000 patients and more than $2.4 billion being spent annually on rehab, we are stuck. We are stuck with a fragmented rehab ecosystem. At Be Able Health, we are building a seamless and scalable rehab ecosystem which combines smart hardware with AI-powered software. By doing this, we are making rehab much less painful, faster, effective, and accessible. This is what traditional therapy looks like. How can patients recover when therapy is boring and progress is invisible? How can therapists turn around and give effective care when they are stuck doing manual processes and cannot scale their efforts? These challenges have created a large gap of an underserved rehabilitation ecosystem. And we decided to solve this, and we set out on a journey. In the phase 1 of the journey, we asked ourselves, what if rehabilitation could be fun and engaging and measurable? And yes, we solved that by creating our first product called ARM-able. ARM-able is a game-based upper limb rehabilitation device. Complementing the device is a software platform called B1. So at B1 is where the games which are culturally significant and fun are delivered. While the patients are playing these games, we are capturing data in real time and providing AI insights which are helpful for the therapists. And then we got this clinically validated, patented, have this in more than 50 centers across India and have recovered thousands of patients. Now, in the phase 2 is where we are going to create more hardware products which are smart and cater to more conditions. This is what we are going to combine with our software platform which we are building as a SaaS platform. This SaaS platform is what can be used by therapists, patients, and rehab centers. It has AI agents which can manage therapy centers and the therapy cycle, can summarize data, schedule, and do reporting. After this, we are also building model rehab centers where this hardware and software comes together to set what the new rehab should look like and what the standard of care should be. And we are also going to build distribution channels and partnerships. In the phase 3 is when we are going to scale this ecosystem by expanding our solution offering, by scaling our franchising model, and by going international. Our customers are hospitals, rehab centers, therapists, patients, and even senior living centers. We are currently generating revenue through our hardware sales, But we are also going to start a software subscription. The software is a product in itself. And then we'll also generate revenue by doing franchisees. We will have model rehab centers and training centers and experience centers in all regions. I, Habib Ali, with the expertise in biomedical engineering, and my co-founder Srihari, with expertise in communication and design, we are uniquely equipped to tackle this challenge with user-centric approach. We are looking to raise $1 million to fund our operations for the next 18 months. We will be launching 3 new products, 2 model rehab centers, have more than 1,500 centers on board our product, and more than 5,000 therapists using our app. And this will allow us to go from 2 crores to 40 crores in terms of our revenue targets. Imagine if we come together, the number of lives we can change. We are on a mission to change 1 million lives, and we invite you to join us to transform rehabilitation worldwide.
Clearly have a ecosystem which is yet to evolve, right? So how do you see that going forward?
Yeah, so what we've started with is the first step is we got the first product in. And when we had more people using it, the problem is we have imported devices coming in which are crores of rupees. What was interesting is our clinical studies showed that we are better than robotic systems, and all the physiotherapists who've studied this in theory, never had the tools, now find this tool and are very excited to use it. And you would be surprised, majority of our installations are in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So that's how we started penetration, and we are going to expand soon.
My question is on your fundraising. You want to raise $1 million now. Is there a good utilization plan? Can you make it into a modular phase? Have you received any grants from BIRAC, BIG, or anybody else so far?
Yes, we've raised close to 2.4 crore in terms of grants. If you probably see, these are some of the people who've supported us in terms of funding, which has allowed us to build the product, clinically validate it, and take it to the market, the commercialization part.
But do you have a plan of utilization of your $1 million, or can you make it in a modular fashion?
Yes, we do have a plan for the $1 million. So I think that's what we shared over here in terms of how the funds will be utilized.
I'm talking of timelines. I think.
Yeah, this is for 18 months. This is for the 18 months.
Your organization kind of getting on to the rest of the human body?
Yes, so the upper limb is where the biggest challenge was, and we started over there. And the product is designed in such a way that now we have for all other organs as well. So if you probably look at this slide where our hardware products come in, we've shown different things for different parts of the body as well coming together. So yes, we are on that path. Thank you.
Ravinder Kumar, he has over a decade of experience including a stint at Orange Labs. And at Techno8, he is building a GenAI copilot for making industrial engineering more efficient.
So that's me, Ravinder. I'm founder of Techno8 AI, and we are aiming to make industrial engineering as easy as DIY. And for that, we are building a full stack GenAI industrial copilot. Yeah. We know industry loves automation, and the industrial engineers who build, deploy, and maintain these systems, unfortunately, they are spending about 50% of their time on repetitive knowledge-based tasks. The problem is there is a severe shortage of industry experts who can really conceptualize and commission such systems, and who can really conceptualize these systems. And to solve this problem, we are building a full stack AI copilot. Basically, we are creating 3 levels of IP. First is we are creating a custom industrial large language model, which is being trained on 6 layers of industrial deep tech. On top of that, we are creating AI agents as domain experts, which will practically automate many of these soft tasks of industrial engineering. And we are offering this entire solution as a browser-based copilot application. What this copilot really does is it acts as a virtual assistant for the engineering teams, and it helps them with practically 100x more context by automating many of those tasks, which can be now done 10x faster from concept to commissioning to maintenance assistance. This entire Copilot can be deployed locally. This has modularity for automatic 3D model digital twin integration. We have already filed a patent for it, and this also has got voice interaction. So people can just ask question and the system tells you back how to solve that problems. And we, interestingly, with our POC, we reached out to 3 different industries altogether, and we have got pilot interest from Indian Air Force, from automation MNCs, as well as from academic institutes who want to use it for deep tech education. Globally, about $1 trillion are being spent annually on these engineering tasks, and even we target 20%, it is about 1,500 crore market in India alone. These are some of the industrial LLMs which have been launched within last 1 year. The biggest player right now happens to be Siemens. All of them are practically going with the machine first approach. They are going with the IIoT approach. While we at Technodate, we are going with the human in the loop approach. We are building a copilot which will help industrial engineers to do their tasks practically 10x faster. There are 4 ways we will be making money. A large organization would want this on-premise. For smaller ones, it can be used as a browser-based platform. Academic institute can use it as a cloud-based platform. And people can also access the LLM APIs with pay-as-you-go service. We are targeting $50 million of revenues globally over the next 5 years. We have already got a paid pilot with Indian Air Force, and many of the MNCs are already our paying customer for our consulting business. We are working with them to build the Copilot application. And even single MNC out of that, robotic MNC, has more than 300 plus system integrators. So we are building with them to build our application itself. We are a 9 months old startup. Just last month, we got shortlisted for Techstars Boston. We are in the final round right now. We are also selected into Maruti Suzuki Accelerator, as well as into programs like Boeing Build, which is under process, as well as we are also selected for IDEX, which is also under process. I have been working in robotics and
Thank you, Ravinder. I think we can move on for questions.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sachin. My question is, you said about LLM, right? So you are building LLM?
Source LLM, and we are customizing that. We have created a in-house 6 layers of industrial deep tech data. So we are customizing open LLM into industrial LLM.
So ideally you have a wrapper on top of the existing LLM, right? So how
Not
do you...
exactly. Let me explain. Now what we are doing is most of the LLMs, the build models, for example, let us say Llama, it knows arts, history, culture, everything. What we are doing is we are pruning those models, removing unnecessary weights, and then on top of that we are doing knowledge distillation, right? So what happens is, let us say these small LLMs, when we do knowledge distillation using something, let us Gemini and OpenAI, my small model with the smaller parameters, with 8 billion parameters, would know everything about engineering from those larger models. On top of that, then we are doing retraining these models on our own data set we have created. It is like more than 200 GBs of industrial deep tech data set across the 6 layers, starting from application, equipment, technology, programming, etc. So that is how that we end up with the customized industrial large language model. That is first. On top of that, we need agent, because this is not a simple prompt and response kind of a scenario. You need agents which act as domain expert. For example, for creating PLC programs, you need an agent. For conceptualizing a new engineering solution, you need a different agent. So that is why we are creating domain specific agents on top of that, and then offering it as a Copilot application.
So who owns IP? Because you are deriving this from existing LLMs, right? Which are open source. So that is my question.
Yes, sir. So
have you thought of it?
Yeah, if you look at the LLMs which are open sourced under Apache 2 license, you modify them, you can even go to the extent you can patent the derivative product. So we own the IP of these new LLMs as well as the agent and the Copilot application. As I said, we already filed a patent for the Copilot application. You upload a 3D model, it automatically integrates with the LLM.
Okay, fine.
Hello. would you be focusing on specific verticals or you are using a horizontal approach?
Sir, industrial enterprises are our focus because that is the industry where we are coming from. So industrial enterprises, there are two kind of. For example, even if we talk about defense, their industrial facilities have machines where they are kind of building, using CNC machines to create components for aerospace. That is one. There are engineering companies who build, let us say, entire assembly lines for players like Maruti or etc. They will be our second set of customers. And then players like Maruti itself will be using as a maintenance assistant for their teams. So primary focus is around automotive and then engineering.
You know, you mentioned about people first approach as compared to competitors which are machine first. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. So what generally happens is, I mean, we all have heard of hallucination, right? So one of the biggest problem is the gold standard in reducing hallucination right now is people first approach. You have to have a human in loop. That is why we are going with that. When we talk about our other players like Siemens, they have their own equipment deployed out there in the field. So what they are building is to assist those equipment they are facing IIoT, industrial IoT, where the machine is really connected with the internet. Now there are two problems with that. One is that very few machines in the world are connected to IIoT, about 10 to 15%. So when, let us say, something is not really working, the machine itself is not working, the IIoT will not help. You need a co-pilot or a virtual assistant. We can tell you how to fix something which is not really working. So that is the difference of approach. So our co-pilot is like browser-based.
Thank you.
Should I ask the last question?
Sorry, we are fine with 4 questions. Third startup is InstaDigin. So I welcome Bhavesh Singhavi, coming from ISM Dhanbad and working for almost a decade at PwC as director in mining industries. At InstaDigit, Bhavesh is building a real-time intelligence and management ops for infrastructure and mining sector. Can we have the slides, please?
I am Bhavesh Singhavi, co-founder and CEO of InstaDigin. We know mining and infrastructure industry is the backbone of the economy. In India, it contributes more than $350 billion to the economy. While we look at the operations, the industry faces certain inefficiencies and safety concerns, such as there is a low utilization of the high capex assets. The physical assets are not integrated with the digital platforms. The industry is still in a very nascent stages of digitalization, and the systems are being used are operating in silos. So at InstaDigin, we are powering operations management and real-time intelligence in the sector, which helps the companies in driving the efficiency, safety, and sustainability. So we help the companies in monitoring the critical operational data, such as the fleet productivity, fuel consumption, compliance management. And for this, we have built in a cloud-based platform wherein we integrate the data from multiple sources and we provide the real-time insights in terms of the customized dashboards, reports, and alerts. So we cover the complete operation from machinery to manpower to safety compliance aspects. We have already been working with the reputed companies like Ultratech Cement, SL Mining, PowerMac projects, and we bring the data to the forefront of decision making, wherein the clients have the significant tangible inputs in terms of the increased throughput, reduced fuel consumption, and the reduced emissions. So we believe it is the right time for the industry to adopt the digitalization, and we see that the global market size is more than $50 billion in the next decade, of which we are targeting a sum of $2 billion in our target geographies of India, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa. We are a revenue generating company. Last year we clocked a revenue of around $42,000. This year we are targeting around $147,000. We have the proposals worth $500,000 in pretty advanced stage of discussions. We are reaching out to the companies directly through our connects, but we are also exploring the strategic partnership with the sector-focused consulting companies and other solution providers to provide the comprehensive solutions to the client. In the customer segmentation, we are primarily focusing on the large project owners looking at the end-to-end digitalization, wherein our average order value can be at the tune of $1 million. We have the revenue streams coming from the upfront cost of the hardware sales. We have a software customization and the subscription cost. Then we do offer the pre and the post implementation advisory services, and we are also exploring the risk sharing or the profit sharing model with the strategic clients for the long term. We have the right team to deliver this. I come from IITSM Dhanbad, and I have spent more than 12 years in management consulting. I was working as a director at PWC Mining Advisory Practice. For technology, we have Origa IT Venture Studio, which brings in more than 15 years of experience of delivering excellent products for multiple corporates across the globe. As of now, we are seeking an equity investment of $600,000, which will be utilized for product enhancement, R&D, and expansion purposes. We have received a term sheet from Taxmin. Taxmin is a government entity hosted under IIT ISM Dhanbad, which is for technology innovation in exploration mining sector. So it is a strategic tie-up for us, wherein we will increase our market outreach as well, and we will be able to cater to a larger spectrum of the customers. To summarize, we are InstaDigin. We are here to change the mining and infra industry. We are already revenue generating company, and we are looking for an investment raise of $600,000. Thank you, and we'll be very much happy to take any queries that you might have. Thank you.
Can we have the questions, please? There, second row. Please take the second question.
Hello, everybody hear me? Yeah, hi. Can I ask the question, or you want me to ask after him?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, hi, my name is Venkateshwaran. I run Insights AI, a consulting AI ML company. So, you mentioned in one of your slides that you are coming up with actionable insights and recommendations, right?
Yeah.
But then, if I look at some of your other slides, all that I see are more or less, you know, the data that is represented in the form of reports, dashboards, etc., right? So, when you say insight generation, can you define what kind of insights and how especially you are coming up with those insights?
Sure. So if you look at the companies, typically they do prepare the MIS, they do look at the past data and come up with that what is the trend that has been going on. But if we want to really improve the operations, we need to get the data on the real-time basis. For example, if my machinery is working if it is getting into the breakdown, or if any fuel theft that is happening, I should be getting an immediate information that a supervisor can take that action. So therein, we know that there are multiple analytics platforms, but we want to bring in the insights wherein the supervisor or the senior management can take that action, whether in terms of the resource deployment, whether in terms of the compliances. For example, if I say, for any mining or infra company, there are multiple compliances both at the district level, central level, state level, which they need to manage. Any non-compliance can result in a significant penalties and a brand risk. So if we are able to get that, are you comply with that? We have provide them a proactive approach that if any compliance is missing, then you get an alert and you are able to take the decisions. So that's why we are focusing on the actionable insights, because any data analytics for which you are not able to take the action will not be of any use for the organization. So therein. So see, we coming from the sector background, so we do understand that what are the key aspects that needs to be looked into. As we also said that we are associating with the consulting companies as well. So therein the complete advisory services also come into the picture. So that is also one of our revenue source which I mentioned in the presentation, that the pre and post advisory services is also one of the key aspects that we try to bring in. So it's not only the tech product, but the complete solutioning which can help in generating the results. Thank you.
Sir, say second question, please. Yeah.
Are you a systems integrator or are you a product company? Because you seem to be combining multiple things.
Yeah.
So what is the IP there?
Yeah. So, sir, I would say it's a mix of both, because we have a product which is scalable and flexible. So the modules that we have developed can be deployed for multiple organizations with the similar use cases. We also need to act as a system integrator because there are existing applications that are running into the organization. So we need to integrate with like a SAP systems or a plant and maintenance application. So we bring in both the things to deliver the end product to the client.
Thank you. I think now we can...
Just one question, quick question. Hello?
sorry, we won't be taking any more questions. Really sorry for that.
Yeah, we can take any other questions offline.
So we will be connecting all the investors and starters. We'll be sharing all the details. And over mail, you can schedule a call and have these questions.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next pitch, that is Assisto Technologies. To give a quick brief, please welcome Mr. Ganesh. So Ganesh is an ex-IIT alumni with over 3 decades of experience in IT and cybersecurity. At Assisto, they are disrupting speech-to-text for multilingual conversations through customer support, chat, voice, and emails. Can we have the slides, please?
So basically, our business is we are disrupting speech to text for multilingual conversations. And our mission at Assisto is to harness the power of AI and BI to optimize customer interactions and satisfaction. We started the R&D in 2018, and the company got started 3 years later in Jan 2021. So we build all the products before taking it to the market. So the pain of the customer is basically multilingual customer support is through chat, voice, and emails. And there has been a sprinkling of AI which has come in, and it has low accuracy in vernacular languages and in some of the foreign languages too. So currently we have live contact center agents who are handling the user queries and requests, and we are actively looking for AI-driven tech with human-like experience and high accuracies. So basically we have created a unified services platform, ISS AI, and it helps customers across major industry verticals, be it BFSI, manufacturing, to improve the customer experience. So we provide human-like multilingual support, higher accuracy, 85 to 93%, shorter turnaround time, unlike platforms that hallucinate or deliver robotic or non-humanoid experience. So basically, we have the use cases, voice bot for outbound and inbound processes, real-time speech analytics, real-time agent assist, OCR, multilingual OCR, customer experience management, email bot, text support, product recommendation engine, and doc search. So a small demo of multilingual translation from Spanish to English. You can hear the...
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, gracias. ¿Y tú? Muy bien, gracias.
From Spanish, it got converted to English, and this is the text in Spanish, and which gets converted to English. So this is just a snippet of what is our capability, and yeah. So basically, we have lined up all the products, ASR, auto speech recognition, text-to-speech, multilingual translation, real-time transcription, speech-to-speach translation, multilingual OCR, predictive analytics, dashboard, speech analytics, document search, and basically our segmentation. If you look at BFSI, the order type is 50 lakhs to 8 crore, manufacturing is 10 to 25 lakhs, OEMs is 5 lakh to 50 lakh, and we are doing value-driven solutions by piggybacking the IBM and Syllable. We have channel partners for government and enterprise. We do direct selling, and we are subscription-based. So the market is growing at 23.6% CAGR, and our product roadmap is basically we have built all the models. Now we are improving the accuracy, and we are also simplifying the BI and releasing the predictive analytics model. So we are projecting a revenue of 1 million this year, and next year we are planning 5 million. And these are some of the partners, like I said, IBM, Syllable Technologies, ITI, and these are clients like IFCO Tokyo. And we are looking for 2 million. Raising 2 million at a pre-money of 25, and this is the team, and basically we are born in India, built for the world. Join us in redefining the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the questions, please? First row. Please raise your hands for the question, and our volunteers will come.
So what is your, for translation, what is your blue score?
I didn't get it.
Blue score is the standard for how accurate the translation is and so on.
So we have, I said between 88% to 93% overall.
But blue score is defined differently. So
Okay.
Maybe you should just benchmark
Okay,
against that.
sure.
Thanks.
My question is how you are different from Bhashini or probably let's say Google Translate because
See, basically regional languages, vernacular languages, for example, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, we have cracked them and we have got very high level of accuracy. And in fact, IBM is going for Watson AI with our model. And their Gen AI model of IBM, they're going to integrate with us. So
no, that's fine. We are talking about IBM. My question is very specific and very pointed. Is that Bhashini, if you know, right? They already released this, and a lot of governments are started using it. How you differentiate your solution with Bhashini?
I would say that we are almost similar to Bhashini with about 93% accuracy.
So what is your competitive advantage against Bhashini?
When we compare with Bhashini, I'm not sure if it has got all the foreign languages like Bhasha, Spanish, Portuguese, Chinese, Indonesian, Bahasa. We have cracked all of them.
I'll quickly introduce Nikesh. So next startup is Blink. Welcome Nikesh Best. He's a second-time founder and is building modular EVs with swappable batteries for urban mobility.
We are revolutionizing how EVs are built and operated by making them modular with swappable batteries. And we are starting with taxi market. India has 2.5 million registered taxis on the roads, yet the economics of operating them is fundamentally flawed. They face high operation cost due to fuel, EMI, and maintenance. In India, maximum permissible speed limit for taxis is 80 kilometers per hour, while the vehicles being used today are designed for 150 kilometers per hour, making them highly inefficient. So there is a strong need in the market for efficient, purpose-built product. So we set out to find what an ideal city cab would be. Through extensive conversations, we discovered that for fleets, it's the cost per kilometer, reliability, and uptime that matters. And the drivers need a vehicle that is comfortable and minimizes fatigue. For customers, safety, hygiene, and comfort are paramount. So this set our vision to build the perfect city car. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Blink. Blink is a compact four-seater car, purpose-built for urban mobility. Designed as an L7 category microcar, it is optimized for speed and power, making it efficient for the users as well as for the fleet operators. We have engineered these vehicles, what we call pods, with advanced, strong, lightweight composite panels, reducing the vehicle weight by 60% while improving the mileage on 40%. All of this while keeping the costs low. For drivers, we have ADAS level 1, making it less fatiguing for the driver to operate, and for fleet operators, we have Blink IQ platform, which helps them in managing the fleets efficiently. For battery swapping, we are leveraging the already existing ecosystem of battery swapping players across the country, and by partnering with them and integrating their batteries into our vehicles. We sell the vehicles without the batteries, and the users subscribe for battery swapping services from our partners. Coming to the founders, we are a total of 5 co-founders. I am Nikesh, a second-time founder in EV space with 8 years of experience. Ankit, our mechanical CTO, has worked in Tesla for their Cybertruck and robotaxi projects. Sushmita excels in operations and marketing. Abhilasha is an expert in all things electric, while Ishdeep brings expertise in advanced composites and manufacturing techniques. Backed and supported by mentors with strong background in technology, finance, and business, we are the perfect team to disrupt urban mobility. Coming to the market, Indian EV market overall is growing with a CAGR of 66.5%, fueled by government policies, corporate goals, and better user experience. With 25 lakh taxis on the roads, we have a total market size of 10 billion, with our addressable market around $2.1 billion. With a total cost of ownership of around rupees 4 per kilometer, we allow fleets to save around 41% of their costs. This combined with ADAS level 1 features make us stand out from the competitors. For business, we have a very straightforward business model. We partner with ride aggregators and fleet operators and offer them the ultimate city rides. Apart from vehicle sales, we also make revenue from service and spares and our Blink IQ platform. We are 6 months into the business, and we have already identified key customers, secured their interests, and partnered with battery swapping companies. By March this year, we will be ready with our first prototype, and by September, we will be launching early pilots with the customers. We are seeking around 1 million for our seed round, and that will be used to refine the product, get it certified, and start a very small scale production. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much for listening patiently.
Can we have the questions, please? Please raise your hand. This time we'll be taking questions on the latter rows.
Hi, this is Rohit.
Hi.
If you're building a car, why you need only $1 million? It seems too low.
So it's for the prototype and to get it certified.
So when would you have your next raise?
So we'll be raising around 5 million after that. And we will, so basically the specialty about the car is that it can be built in something what we call micro factories, where small volume production is possible. And we are targeting very slow production, starting from 50 pods per month, a very humble facility, and then ramping it up to 500 pods per month. And once we have a decent scale, we can ramp it up to thousands of pods per month.
So your 42% there for production will take care of 50 pods?
Yes.
$420,000?
Yes, so basically the facility, and for making 50 pods per month, we will be having a rolling over credit line. So for the initial batch, it will take care of it.
Next question, please.
No,
Please
so
give the mic.
The $1 million is for the prototype, refining it, so basically around 2 iterations there, and get it certified. For certifying, we have around 10 prototypes.
So how much money do you need to go into production?
So after that, we will be raising 5 million to go into the production.
And that will give you what capacity?
Around 50 pods per month.
50 pods per month.
What is the weight of the vehicle? So the weight of the vehicle is around 450 kgs.
Have you done a simulation crash test?
Yes, so basically these are L7 category micro car, and the requirement for crash testing there, over there is around 35 kilometers per hour, but we are making it ultra safe by having crash tests at 70 kilometers per hour. That is the top speed of the vehicle.
Thank you, Nikesh.
Thank you.
The AI Copilot for user interaction and deeper insights, boosting efficiency and revenue. What is the problem with the processes today? Inefficiency, which is costing you billions, primarily fueled by the superficial user interaction and inherent human biases, resulting in maybe delayed and biased decisions, allowing leakages, missed opportunities, employee dissatisfaction, or the revenue loss. With Chayan, we are creating the co-pilots for revolutionizing your business processes, which is basically performing an AI video human-like conversation at scale, followed by a comprehensive evaluation. Now, the comprehensive evaluation basically is agent is having a face-to-face conversation with all the users, judging them or trying to understand them on their personality, views, intentions, aspirations, along with the skills. It's not just tracking actions, but also the motivation behind that. We are creating co-pilots that can be adopted across industry. Right now, we are focusing on the insurance and financial services. The next in line, and we'll be focusing on like education, logistics, retail, and others. So how do we do that? Basically, we need to provide the right input, context, and the evaluation criteria. And accordingly, let's say the claims co-pilot will be having the policy details, policyholder details, claims details, and it will give you the fraud score. We can quickly have a look like how exactly does it work.
I hope you're recovering well after your hospital stay. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling better, far better. Thank you for asking.
Can you tell me a little bit about what brought you to Mahanti Hospital?
Actually, I felt a sudden chest pain.
Were you experiencing any particular symptoms before your admission?
Nothing else, it's just a chest pain. I mean, obviously I was uncomfortable.
Can you describe the discomfort you experienced before admission? Was it related to the stress pain or were there other symptoms?
No, there were no other symptoms. So it's like judging on the behavioral aspects and phrases that will give you the fraud score.
Conditions that might be related to your recent treatment?
Nothing that I am aware of. I'm not sure about it. I don't have.
We are here to help you with the claims process. Is there anything we can assist you with?
Yeah, I mean, if you can expedite the process so that I can get the reimbursement at the earliest, yes, that would be useful. Similarly, the underwriting co-pilot will give you the riskiness score. The hiring co-pilot will give you the role fitment score. We are primarily doing the POCs with the Talovis, DSP Mutual Fund, Manipal Cigna, and IDFC. These are some of them in the pipeline. The primary use cases are like claims fraud, as I just shown, KYC, hiring, customer support, sales renewals, cross-sell. Privacy first and ethical AI, that's the fundamental of something anything we are building. The AI agent-driven human conversation, that's the patentable IP, which is something we are able to create 60% cheaper. Primarily the conversational approach and overall the user insights with the agentic AI approach is putting us ahead of the competition. The SaaS model that we are following is tiered subscription plan, typically charging like 50 rupees for a 15 minutes conversation. And for some of the clients, it's SaaS with additional services that we'll be taking with some strategic and delivery partnerships. We are focusing on the POC at the moment in insurance and financial services, as I just talked about. Then we'll be going on to the strategic partnerships and the initial traction, and then growth through them. And then stage 4 will be the expansion for the other use cases, industries, and the geography. The team, as I just said, myself and Amit, Raja Rajiv and Dr. Vikas are the mentors. We are raising 1.5 for the next 24 months, aiming at 6.1 million ARR with 35 plus clients, and expanding the team to some 50 plus members. 2 to 3 strategic and delivery partnerships we are aiming. And we'll be completing the platform which can create co-pilots on the go basis the usage, what we are looking for. The next.
Can we have the questions, please? Third row.
That will depend like on the usage. So for example, if we talk about the fraud case or the underwriting case, so typically we intend to underwrite each one of the policyholder, which is, let's say, for a client like Manipal Signa, it will be 10,000 policyholders per month.
What rough idea of 100K, 50K, what amount?
150K.
Thank you.
Next question. Please welcome Suryancham. They are working on an interesting problem statement that is using AI to disrupt sales commissions in finance. Can we have the slides, please?
Sure. Good morning, folks. This is Surya from Team Philid AI. Some of you might have been in the sales space and have ventured across commissions. We are building in this particular vertical and are the only folks building the commission analytics platform for disrupting commissions. So commissions have been usually flat since the inception, driven by less to no parameters, and have a disparity, making the current commission sharing model inefficient. To solve this particular problem, which has been prevalent since the inception, we are building Philid AI. It's a single plug-and-play API, which provides you multiple parameters to optimize your commissions on. You can plug and play with multiple parameters, drive growth, profitability across different verticals via commissions. Let's take a use case here. So for the insurance product, the commissions currently are being driven on 2 key parameters. For example, volume of users and the amount of business you do. Now, are these the only parameters that affect commissions? No, there can be multiple parameters like claims affinity of the user, brand affinity of the product, demography, and so on. We are already live. We are doing betas with certain startups. And what we do is we capture user parameters, co-create metrics using that, and using those particular metrics, you can personalize commission on a user-to-user basis. We are also building the golden data set for commissions. So a use case for agents. You can also work to personalize the commission which you are sharing with your agents. It can be based on the goal of the company. It can be based on the leads the agents are getting on. The market opportunity is near about $40 billion, and this is just in India. And it includes majorly the fintech products. We are eyeing in the entire commission vertical on a global basis, by the way. We have a very simple business model. We just monetize our API calls. In terms of competitive analysis, this particular vertical hasn't seen much innovation yet, and the only product which exists in this particular vertical are commission management softwares, and we are the only folks building for the commission analytics stack. Are we the best team to build it? Well, I'll let you decide. I have a very good exposure in the BFSI space. I was one of the founding folks in the insurance category out there in PhonePe. Sima comes with an experience of 4 years as an AI researcher. And Archit has been tweaking around DS and ML since last 2 years. We do have a good set of mentors as well. We have Mr. Ramakrishnan, who comes with an experience of 39 years across multiple verticals. We have the ex-CXO of Phonepe Insurance, and we also have the ex-CEO of IIB under IIDAI, which is one of the regulatory bodies of insurance in India. And using the guidance, we are driving commissions for insurance to begin with. We do have a small wait list, which includes 40, 45 odd startups coming across from multiple growth stage. We are also in talks with financial institutions like SBI, Yes Bank, Mahindra, and so on. So yeah, let's talk about some of the hot use cases. So mis-selling has been a pretty hot use case in the recent month. And a possible solution where Finlead AI can be allocating commissions on customer-centric metric. For example, CSAT or customer feedback. This can drastically reduce mis-selling in the fintech space. Now, we are also in talks with Finternet for early collaboration for disrupting financial products across the globe. So Finternet is the next brainchild of the folks who created Aadhaar, Account Aggregator, and UPI. And this is where we come in and plug in our APIs to disrupt the fintech products out there on a global basis. Yeah. And we are raising a pretty small pre-seed, which is of $250K USD. And it's majorly for our scalability in terms of tech to build an infrastructure in scaling up in terms of
Thank you, Shurin.
future, transparent, rationalize, and optimize commissions. Yeah, that's it.
Can we have the questions, please?
Thank you.
I didn't understand. You said wait list, but do you have any traction? Are you already live? Is there some revenue?
Yeah, so we are doing closed beta test because this was primarily a data identification problem. So we have gotten data sets from the regulatory authorities as well as the financial institutions, and we are running beta on that.
So you are saying about recently IRDA has their sandbox. So you are part of that?
So that has been implemented recently. We might go for that as well.
Okay,
yeah.
because that's where the real thing is there, right?
We will actually go for that, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Second row. There, second row. Yeah, 1 full minute.
So ultimately, this becomes a war for data, and the more data you have, the more you can crack this, right?
Yes.
What stops someone from Salesforce who's investing about $10 to $15 billion every year on AI from winning this war?
So it's majorly the data part. The parameters which affect commission directly and indirectly are not prevalent in the public domain. So we have taken those data sets to train our models. We have made custom DS models on that, rule-based engines using the simple statistical insights, which was just there with the regulator itself. So initially this was the issue, and finally we also realized that there are multiple data sets with other companies as well. So we'll be collaborating with them also to use their data sets on our platform and monetize their data pipeline via the API calls.
It is there that more than 70% of garments are made from synthetic materials. Imagine 70% of this room. So here I welcome Indigo Tech's Satyendra Singh, IIT Delhi alumni, who is trying to build innovative sustainable fabrics.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. We are Satyendra and Mohit, co-founders of Indigotex. At Indigotex, we are building, innovating new and sustainable fabric technologies. Basically, the problem that we are addressing is aligned to everyone. Today, more than 70% of the garments are made from synthetic fibers. And because the synthetic fibers have a lot of advantages over conventional one, but there are lot of disadvantages, these are made from petrochemical based products. The garments are not biodegradable, and these are also not skin friendly. So we came up with the solution to this problem, and we are coming up with alternative using natural fibers. The product that we are building are 100% natural, renewable, made from natural fibers that are biodegradable also, and we are developing them through sustainable fabric technologies with the reduced use of water and energy. So in this line, we have developed our first product, that is the wool denim. Existing cotton denim is not suitable to wear in cold areas and cold countries. Even in Delhi right now, you can't wear the denim jacket over your shirt. So we have developed the wool denim that you can wear in cold areas and cold countries. The product that we have developed is shrink resistant, it is detergent washable, and you can wear it where the existing cotton denim cannot be worn. There is tech involved in the product, like existing product. Basically, denim, it is the indigo dye and that is used to create worn out and faded effect over the denim fabric. So, indigo dye cannot be, the wool fabric cannot be dyed with the indigo previously, but we have dyed wool with indigo. So, we can go even up to 100% of the wool content in the denims, and the product that we are building is versatile. You can use it in trousers, jeans, and jacket. So, like, we are building it through plasma technology. Like, plasma is basically, we are making the wool fabric shrink proof through the plasma. Plasma has lot of advantages over the conventional method that is used for the shrink proofing of wool, that includes water, processing cost, and operational complexity. Our foundation is backed by strong IP. We have one patent filed, 2 are in the process of filing, and we have the potential for more. Our business strategy mainly focuses on the B2B fabric sales rather than creating a brand for the garment. But for every fabric category that we are building, we are going to have the brand, we will trademark it, and then we will go with the brand name of the fabric category. Our product is better than the market. It is lightweight, it is less bulky, it is similar to the denim, like it can be faded, so it can be, like, somewhere it is light, somewhere it is dark, similar to the existing cotton denim. And even with the wool content in the denim, it is machine washable. Other than wool denim, we have a pipeline of the product that is going to come in the future. Our every category of the fabric is sustainable, it is biodegradable, made from all naturals. Our target market, we are targeting garment houses, brands, export houses, and the institutional buyers like military. The winter wear market is already, like, if you see the market size, it is already big, but the attainable market in the cold areas and the geographies with the stringent norms, we are targeting of 12.5 billion after some significant years of time. Our business strategy mainly focuses on the, we are going to focus on the R&D, and we are not going to invest in the manufacturing. On the other hand, we will have the outsourced manufacturing. We are looking for B2B fabric channels, fabric sales channels, and for the licensing of the technology, we are looking for woolen industries. We have already started in 2024. By 2029, we are aiming to get into the global market, and for the next 18 months, our main target is to launch our first fabric category, wool denim, in the market, and to expand our partnership network. This is our team. We are the 4 team members from IIT Delhi, and basically our whole team experience is more than 30 years. We are asking for 4 crore rupees, particularly for R&D, testing and certification, for the 24 months of runway, to complete our first phase of R&D and to complete the 4 POCs in the market. In these 24 months, we will complete the $1 million of revenue. Thank you so much.
Instead of conventional methods to produce fabric. Is it a technology that you invented, or if not, on top of existing technology, what is the new delta that you've created in this company? Basically, because wool is the material that is used in mainly knitted garments. Wool is, very less amount of wool is used in the woven garment, because wool has the tendency to shrink. There is tendency for the felting of the fabric, like once you are wearing it and when you are washing it, it will felt, it will shrink. So in existing technology, the superwash finish is used, where you are going to coat the fiber with some kind of like resin. So this resin, what basically it is chemical treatment. For that, we have developed the plasma technology. So plasma basically, as you are saying, plasma, I have not invented the plasma basically. Plasma is the 4th state of matter. What we did, we have identified the application of plasma in textiles. This is the first time. And basically plasma, it is completely waterless. Simply, basically between the 2 rollers, when we are passing the fabric, these rollers are acting as an anode and cathode. And between the rollers, there is plasma is generating, because whatever, when you are passing the electricity through the rollers, then through the anode and cathode, then in the magnetic region, whatever gas is present, it will convert into plasma, and it is completely waterless. So from 150 rupees per kg of material, for the superwash finish, we have reduced the operational cost from 150 to 4.5 rupees per meter per kg of the fabric, and water consumption we have reduced from 250 to 0 liter of water in the shrink proofing of the wool fabrics.
Sitendra, I have a question on your competitive advantage.
Yes.
I understand you are substituting the other synthetic yarn for your woven fabric. How price competitive would you be?
Yes. the alternatives that are used in the cold areas, particularly the denims, the people are using the layered garments, the outer layer of which is thin cotton denim, while inner is a heavy blown fleece. So what are alternatives that are used for denim particularly? Our product is cheaper than like those, or like what are used in the like for the denim alternatives. Like it is heavy and bulky layered fabrics for the cold areas. We are cheaper than that.
Thank you, Satindra.
Thank you
so I was not biased towards him. It was just a good scientific explanation and I got lost.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Survey Vihuya Med AI, is that how it is pronounced? So please welcome CP Madhusudan, IIT Madras and I am Bangalore alumni who is building an AI-based tool for screening cervical cancer. Can we have the slides, please?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So this is Madhusudan from Vyuha Med Data. Vyuha is strategy, and very happy to be here. We're the only pitch with the life or death situation, and I'll explain what it is, right? Cervical cancer is one of the toughest burdens for women across the world. As you can see the figure, 80,000 of the women who die are actually in India. This is a bit of a shame that we have not been able to tackle this problem. Countries that have solved this problem have done this by a very robust screening program. And this is what we lack. Right? And of course, we are not going to be able to solve this problem by throwing more people at it, which is our standard solution, but by clever use of technology. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about technology, but a lot more about how we are going to make this a viable business. Right? So actually, our mentors advised us, right? Don't get caught up too much in the technology. Not all of the people in the room are IITians. You got to tell them how will you make a business out of it. Right? So you can see the pictures here. So every aspect of the solution, right? We are actually building the AI for a LBC, a liquid-based cytology solution. Every aspect of the process that you see has technology behind it, and I'll be happy to share more in detail when we meet offline. But the important fact there is the NVIDIA-powered digitizer that we are building at IIT Hyderabad. So, and we are incubated there. So we are building an optimized device which will help us to provide a technology-enabled service. That's a stained dot of a cytology, a liquid-based cytology image that has been digitized. There's some clever technology that shows you annotations and the AI. Offline, please. And that's the automated slide process. So we've attempted to automate and simplify every one of the process steps in this. And we offer a technology-based service. Okay, we don't need that. So how are we going to take this to market? So that's one of the first steps. We have our central processing center at Hyderabad, where we have CPATH is our laboratory partner, and we hope to replicate some of that in the main cities. So we give kits to gynecologists who send us the samples. We process the samples, generate the slide, digitize the slide, apply the AI, and report as per regulatory requirements. Okay, so we want to build some hubs that will enable us to expand and scale our business. So as you're well aware, the Indian healthcare market has multiple players and multiple ways that people make money in it. So the very bottom layer is currently we are working with gynecologists, offering screening as a service. And of course, there are other layers of other laboratories, larger hospitals, the government, and we have a business model to work with all of them. The last one is already working. The others are, of course, strategies, and when we get into battle, we will know how good our strategies are, but we have the team to be able to modify that on the fly. And I will come to that as we move forward. So it's really a large opportunity. And of course, I've talked a lot about India. But even the countries that have a robust screening program, the primary screening is done by cytotechnicians, by people. And that's where a lot of the errors occur. And so the Servi AI would be a beautiful replacement for even countries that have a good program. So we have interest from across the world, especially the UK and US. Of course, once we do the validation at the CDSCO in India, we would take this to other countries and also validate in those countries. Finally, quite quickly, I'll just skip through that, it's not necessary. So we are looking to raise 1.5 crore as a bridge loan. We expect to have our algorithm approved by the end of the year, but we need some money to keep us going in the meanwhile. And of course, that's the dream team. And you can see all the accolades. So it's already technology that's been admired and applauded, etc., etc. So, yeah, a very strong
Thank
team.
you.
Yeah.
Can we have the questions, please?
How long does it take to process the entire, once you get the report from, let's say, a gynecologist, to
the sample,
giving back?
the sample.
Yeah, the sample from them
Yeah,
and giving the results.
So it can be hours. I mean, you can, it basically maybe takes an hour or two to generate a slide, a few minutes to scan, and we'll have the AI on the edge, so it's instantaneous in that sense.
I am Kriti. I am with Pan IIT right now. And I've already heard about your startup at Google for Startups previously. Back then you were in ideation stage.
Yes.
One thing I want to start with is this is a great cause because cervical cancer kills most women in India after breast cancer. So it is an amazing cause that you've picked. So can we have an applause just for that? Thank you. And the second one is, sir, in that same cohort, there was also one more company that was augmenting cervical cancer vaccination along with detection. So do you have any plans to expand in that space as well?
Yeah, so so that's an interesting question, of course. So vaccines work for a certain kinds of strains of the HPV virus, which causes cervical cancer. So even though you are vaccinated, you're still going to need screening at some point in your life. And of course, there are literally hundreds of millions of women who cannot benefit from the vaccine at this point, not just in India, but globally. Yes.
I have a question. Can you take advantage of your innovation for the remotest part of our country?
Yes. Yes,
and,
of course.
And what will be the cost of every test for that part?
Yeah, so currently we offer the test. As I said, we are doing work with gynecologists in wherever we can access them from in and around Hyderabad. So we offer the test at 500 rupees. And we have, yeah, so we have sufficient. Yeah, I understand. So obviously there's margins built into that, provided there are volumes. Of course, we can reduce it further. But there is a cost to that. There are consumables involved. So we can, of course, bring it down a lot closer, but not in this room.
There was one question in the third row, I guess. Somewhere was asking. Please.
Yeah, sorry. I think it was connected to what Sir just asked. But which part of the profit pool are you trying to take away? Is it like the diagnosis? Is the PAP test? Like what are you replacing in the value chain?
Yeah. So we have actually, as I said, we are offering this as a service. So we want to take the whole pipeline. Right? So because we're not going to sell technology. So we have consumables, we have the AI, and we have the reporting. So we can offer the full stack or pieces of the stack as applicable.
Got it. Thank you.
So that's called, that's a bait and switch. I use old photographs in that, So people, we don't have investors asking, are you really that experienced? Is my money going to come back? Right? What if you pop off in the middle of building your business? So we actually we have a very young CEO. He's just in his mid-30s, and as a good IITian, actually, I had him join all the cohort. Actually, special thanks to all the mentors in the cohort who gave us wonderful advice. But as a proper old IITian, as many of you recognize, I only attended the last 2 sessions of the rehearsal. I had Dhridiman Malik actually walk through the rest of the coaching, and he's young enough to return the investors' money.
So one picture speaks 1,000 words, one picture hides 1,000 words.
Yeah.
Can we have the next startup, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madhusudan. Cross-border procurements of consumables for industries. Can we have the slides, please?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kirtiman from Waldriff. So let me share a very quick story. A biomass plant in Philippines needed boiler tubes and seals. They spent weeks in finding the suppliers and getting the quotes. Material got late, tubes were broken, seals did not fit. It cost them time, money, and trust. In my 13 plus years of cross-border stint in import-reliant regions, I have come across near 100 plus stories like this, where buyers have been losing 10% on their made-to-order procurements, and 70% of their orders get delayed. That's why we exist as Waldriff, to make it faster, cheaper, and simpler. Plants like these are very much dependent on the traders with very thin product range and low technology. And likes of Alibaba India Mart, they are not able to support for their problems. As Waldriff, We acquire those customers, our buyer team onboards them, vendor development team curates their catalogs, and customer success team actually end-to-end fulfills the order, including logistics, customs, compliance, packing and forwarding. Buyers get validated suppliers faster quotes, suppliers get assured demand globally and secured payments. All this is productized end-to-end between buyers, suppliers, and WorldRef team. For buyers, personalized catalogs enable faster RFQs. App to track orders brings a lot of certainty to them. Automated communication prevents delays. Our AI NLP based matching makes supplier outreach quite fast, and demand intelligence brings growth for the suppliers. India's rise as the world's factory is a great opportunity for us, and we want to hammer this $100 billion opportunity very, very fast. We are a cross-border first DNA company. That makes us quite special, and our products and services tailored for the heavy industries, that is quite unique within us. At the POC stage, we have got nearly 45 plus satisfied buyers in 12 countries with 98% customer retention and 84% on-time deliveries. We have doubled down in terms of order growth and new customers last year. Minergy Power Corporation from Philippines, Durra Sugar Refinery, the largest sugar refinery in Saudi, PNS, the largest sugar mill in Indonesia, and the likes of Triveni and SJEC, they are our customers. We are a demand-first business, and we are extremely pinpointed for the non-capital supplies currently. In the mid and large size plants in East Africa, ASEAN, Saudi, and Nepal. Our revenue comes from the growth-based markups, repeat orders, margins on high margin value-added services like logistics, packing, insurance, and customs and credits. We have a very, very strong team. I personally am a graduate from the IIT Kanpur, and with the 13 plus years of experience, and my co-founder is having 15 plus years of experience in international project execution. We are a revenue plus, gross margin plus, profit plus company. And we are working capital efficient, and with the technology and funding, we aim to grow 5x year on year. We are looking out for 17 crores for a deployment period of 24 months to upgrade the technology, grow the team, and scale buyer and seller networks for us. Let's connect to build the future of cross-border mid-border trade. And let's connect to upgrade the exports and bring the exports of India to a new height. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirtiman. Can we have the questions, please?
What's your revenue model? It's not clear.
Sir, we are making money on category-based markups and on high-margin value-added services like of the logistics, packing, insurance, quality, forwarding, and credits.
Who owns the risk for this? So basically it's like import and export kind of a thing, right?
Yes.
So who owns that basically? Risk is owned by your
we
platform?
are very much focused for the non-capital supplies, and risk is taken by us.
So entire risk is on you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How different are you from Revoy? Yeah.
Pardon?
How different are you from Revoy, what Revoy does?
Sir, I think I have not heard about them, but I will be able to answer them separately.
Okay. There are so many people in this field. What's your USP, I think, if you can answer it like that?
Sir, actually these made-to-order components are very difficult because see, in non-capital, the rule is 80-20. 80% is the smaller supplies which have got order values smaller, right? The procurement teams, they are the nuisance purchases for them. So they want to offload it to the traders, right? So we are productizing end-to-end, and we have got plans to build scalable infrastructure on both the sides of border for the execution, quality, and the post-sale support as well, right? And we have got plans for the smart solutions for inventory, maintenance, and pricing.
Welcome, Aditya Gupta, Niryat Setu. They are redefining cross-border trade by building a digital ecosystem for international commodity trade.
Good afternoon, everyone. Imagine a world where businesses can focus on growth, innovation, discovering new global markets without worrying about the endless complexity of the global trade. That is the world we at Nirasitu are creating, where we want to simplify the entire international trade on a one digital platform. Our journey begins in 2010, where one of our founders entered into commodity trade. In 2022, we founded Trade Reboot, a fintech platform for solving export factoring. This experience gave us the challenges faced by the exporters, and hence on finding this pain solutions, we founded Niryasetu in 2024. Global trade often feels like an uphill battle, where businesses feel high complexities, high logistic cost, complex custom process, and a difficult accessible entry to the global market. This is what we are solving here. We want the MSMEs to enter into this new global space so that our overall base for the exporters can increase. India's current annual export is around $800 billion, but we aim at achieving a $2 trillion by 2030. How do we going to achieve that? We have to increase the MSMEs into this global market space, and that is why we are creating an entire ecosystem so that the MSMEs can export in a more smooth and in a more efficient manner. Our platform provides an end-to-end solution from onboarding a customer, from finding a buyer, making contracts, managing logistics, managing payments entirely on one platform. This is the view of this is the heart of our platform. Our platform, a dashboard where on just few clicks you can find a global buyer, where you can manage your critical parameters like revenue, order value, all through one platform. Through this platform, you can connect with all reliable partners in the field of logistics, insurance, fintech, and that is why how we promise to give you the reliable services. We have already onboarded our networks in the field of insurance, finance, logistics, and customs. This is just not a simple integration. This is our commitment to provide you a reliable services so that you can achieve the entire ecosystem of commerce in just through one digital platform. Our business model is simple, and we have keep the MSMEs problems in mind. That is why we have made a subscription free to our platform, so that the MSME can access the world-class tools and resources without giving any upfront cost. We are going to earn our revenues through our customized services. We are going to earn revenue from commissions from the logistic partners, other partners who are on the platform. Also, we have crafted our very customized go-to-market strategy on the basis of a customer segment. As I told you earlier, we have already a Trade Reboot platform where we already serve more than 1,600 exporters. Through those 1,600 exporters, we are going to leverage that and onboard new customers through our CA Chartered Accountant network. The competitors in this space has often provided a fragmented solution where they're focusing only on the one aspect of the trade process. But we at Niryasetu have integrated all those solutions through one platform, so that they can simplify the trade and have this entire seamless ecosystem. Our ask is for $2 million, where we are going to spend the majority amount in the sales and marketing to onboard new customers and for the product and technology enhancement. Our team is a passionate individuals of technicals, individuals, trading, finance, and management. And we are here to simplify the export process for all of your people. So invest now and go global, go digital, and go Niryasetu. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we have the questions, please?
Have you ever looking at a collaboration between many of your SMEs? They may be complementary partners, and then you can look at scaling up 10x in every year.
Okay, we haven't think about that, yeah. But that's a good input. We'll see upon that.
So you've been around for almost a decade, right?
No, our founder entered into the bulk industry on an individual level in 2010, and we founded this platform in 2024, Niryasetu, for providing entire exim services. So we are just gathering these experiences from the decade-old experience, and now we want to...
And what was the revenue or whatever has been done in the past?
The Trade Reboot platform, which we are already in fintech, it's clocking around 80 lakhs per year.
Okay, thank you.
So in the sheets that you have, you must have seen row number 10, that is remaining. So I'm calling Rohan from USAC. Yeah. So it is a team of ex-Mercedes guys, and they are building plug-in hybrid drivetrain solutions.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. My name is Rohan Yajurvedi, co-founder at Uzak. Uzak is basically a Turkish word for going long. That's essentially a quality of hybrid electric drivetrain. So why we are here? We all know that, ICE vehicles have to be, retired, and we all have expectations from electric vehicles to do that job. But they've not really been living to the expectations. And that actually presents an opportunity for innovation, because customer today expects that to have a convenience of ICE vehicle combined with the efficiency of electric. And that's where plug-in hybrid sits in between, giving the best of the both worlds solution. But then the question comes, why haven't Indian OEMs been able to build such a solution? And when we spoke to a few OEMs, these were the 5 reasons that came out. To build such a solution, it's pretty much complex, because you have to fit 2 systems in one single platform. And that, to make both the systems work together, you need to build a robust software that works seamlessly, and all of this involves heavy costs, which worries the OEMs whether they would be able to get an ROI or not. And that's where we come into the picture with our intelligent, patented hybrid technology solution, consisting of the VCU, that's the vehicle control unit, and the gearbox. The vehicle control unit acts as the brain, while the gearbox acts as the hands and legs. Both work in tandem, ensuring that the right drivetrain is switched on to deliver the right energy, thereby ensuring that both efficiency and emissions are kept in check. With this, what the user gets is that best of both world solutions with a 59% mileage efficiency and 20 to 30% regenerative energy back into his system. And for the OEM who's selling the vehicle, he need not wait much for launching his product. He will have a faster GTM. And because we do not take a new, we just make existing model hybrid, what happens is he can scale it across many of his existing products as well. With respect to our market size, it's about $35 billion, but we are mostly focused on the Indian motorcycle markets. About 1.3 million units are sold every year. We plan to achieve about 1% of it, translating to about $7.15 million, and we hope to achieve $10 million in the next 3 to 4 years. Our go-to-market strategy is pretty simple. We identify a segment, prepare a demonstrator, showcase our capability and competency to an OEM, then bag a paid pilot program with them with their own models, and then consolidate our position by making after product sales. And we've been successful with this, bagging the world's largest motorcycle manufacturer, Hero. We initially started with 1 model and now are working with them on a paid pilot program for 3 models. And we also are in advanced level talks with a major 3-wheeler OEM and a 2-wheeler OEM. And during this process, we've filed 6 patents and 2 have been granted. And this is our roadmap. We started off with 2-wheelers and we plan to go to the 3-wheelers and the LCVs as we move ahead. How we make money? It's very simple. Paid pilot programs and the VCU sales form the bulk of it. And after having done this, we also have an after-sales revenue that comes into the next picture. We are raising $1 million precisely to build and make our technology production ready, and also to scale to the other segments as well, including the 3-wheeler and LCV, which we would require people. And also, we would utilize this money at marketing, attending trade shows, and getting new clients. This is the team, Saurabh, who's from IIT Kanpur. This is me, Rohan, from IIM Indore, and Devin, who is from Newcastle. So, inviting you all to join us, and let's discuss to make a made in India product for the world. Thank you.
Questions, please. 4th row.
System as a standalone or as a completely built unit?
So we actually built 2 models of motorcycles from the scratch. We demonstrated that to the initial customer, that's Hero, and then they gave us their models where we are trying to fit in our hybrid electric drivetrain within that.
Okay, but then you haven't tested it with the completely built OEM unit as such? You tested it with
We are
your
in the
unit.
process as at this moment.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh, we do have. We would like to share it with you offline. It's too heavy to show it here. We will actually share a video with you that's displaying it running in the real time.
I hope you all have filled the forms. Our volunteers will collect the form, and in next 5 minutes, we will start with the next demo day. That is of startups which are not part of IIT Startups or alumni IIT Startups Cohort, right? So I request you to please recheck your responses and your details, especially your email ID, and submit it to our volunteers. They will share a new sheet containing the list of startups which will be presenting soon. For the first pitch, inviting Grid Entry, please welcome Dr. Rajesh Rathi. He is a serial entrepreneur and an alumni of IIT Madras. At Grid Entry, they are protecting power grids from cyber attacks. Can we have the slides, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Rajesh Rathi. Nothing better than crowd settling in a big room like this after a break. It's also an advantage only interested people are there. So friends, my name is Rajesh Rathi. I'm a founder of Power Grid Cybersecurity, a deep tech startup. The problem statement: power grid cyber attacks cause severe disruption and even loss of life. Frequency of attacks is increasing, and there's no potential solution in sight. So the first of these deadly attacks happened as long back as 2015 in Ukraine, and since then they have continued, and you can see the rise in the attacks. More closer to home, in April 22, footprints of intrusion in Ladakh power grid systems were identified twice. They were officially declared. So power grid cybersecurity is a concern of national security, not only of our nations, but nations across the globe. The prevailing solutions are grossly insufficient. They are at the best, the cybersecurity best practices and surveillance. So about us, Grid Sentry will secure power grids against cyber attacks. We are a bunch of substation domain experts. We focus on electrical power substations, and we already have some very high-tech patented technologies. Dr. Devika and me, Rajesh Rathi, we are both from IIT Madras, and this is a right combination of experience and energy. Dr. Amulya, Dr. Tanushri, they are also our co-founders, and Mr. Kiran is our front end in the United States. So we have already finished the development of our products and recruitment of our channel partners, and in 2025, in the first half, we will be doing the pilots and the demos, and then later on progress to sales. I must let everybody know that we are pre-revenue right now. So we already have a very good suite of products and services. A detailed discussion on these can be had offline, but we are the only ones in the world who have this complete suite of products for the power grid. So we are at TRL 7 and 8 right now, and soon to be at TRL 9 in our journey. The most reliable cybersecurity product suite for your power grid is our value proposition. Grid Sentry shall ensure uninterrupted power supply and prevent threat to life and property resulting from cyber attacks on your power grid. We do have some very credible competitors, global competitors, and that's against whom we are positioning ourselves. But we define ourselves to be what a cardiologist is to a general practitioner, or at best, a pathological lab. So we go deep into the domain of power and address it domain-wise. So customer segments are utilities, traction, captive industries, and finally data centers, which are the most important ones. Our market locations are India, Middle East, Europe, and America. We already have some very creditable channel partners. You can see them on the screen. We have been incubated at IIC Bangalore and very shortly also at IIT Madras, and we have been accelerated by IIT Startups. Our TAM, SAM, and SOM you can see on the screen. They are very high numbers. Our ask is $2 million for 25 and 26 to be given to us in half-yearly tranches, and this is how we will use them. You can see majority of it will go towards development and marketing. So here, this is Rajesh Rathi. I welcome all of you to join us in making the power grid cyber secure for our country and the world. Thank you so much.
Rajesh, you haven't talked about your technology. You have patent already granted. Can you explain a little bit about how do you protect? What kind of cyber security? Is it PQC? Do you have post-quantum communication technology utilized?
No, sir. The technology that we have patented right now is called defensive deception. That is the technology, but it is a high-end technology. Currently, the suite of products that we are talking about is something that is tomorrow's requirement. And also, we are talking about all the technologies in cybersecurity that are available today are mostly IT-centric. So we are talking about OT-centric cybersecurity technologies. And within that also, we are talking about domain-specific technologies which are specific to the power grid. But I'm not familiar with that. Yeah. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, hi. Firstly, good presentation. I have questions regarding the adoption. As you mentioned, you are the one who is going to go deep in the tech, and there is no one yet who has attempted it. So when you approach the prospective clients, what are the key challenges you see in the adoption of this technology?
Madam, the key challenge is that this is a B2G business, so slow, customers will be slow to adopt. But then the requirement is so intense that somebody had to take this up, and we did. And there is a lot of interest in the market. In India, the market is much less private, but in the United States, a lot of market is private players. And we have a lot of interest from all of them. A lot of POCs are happening. And I'm not at a liberty to disclose, but we do have interest from some of the biggest players in this market now in India. So yes, tough, but not impossible. And thanks for your compliment. So the value proposition is clearly, cyber attacks are increasing. And in the current geopolitical situation, these are all state players which are doing this. So we have to make sure that...
Let me rephrase, right? So Nozomi, Fortinet, these are companies that work with the Aquas, Aramcos of the world, right?
Yeah.
Do they also provide the same systems in India, or India does not have OT cybersecurity systems today?
I gave a very simple example. I said the Nozomis and the Clarities of the world are more like the private practitioners. They apply their products across the whole OT cybersecurity domain. We have chosen to be only in power, because power is the only one where 4 millisecond deadline is there for you to do something, whereas that's not so in the general ICS. So yeah, we are very, very specific to our domain.
Okay, such a sweet request. Please, one more question.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
That company is spending roughly 220 odd crores in R&D every year.
Yeah.
Last year in FY24, they spent 220 crores.
Yes.
So what stops them from building this technology in-house and insourcing the entire patent?
Nothing stops them, but they haven't done it. And nothing stops many other players from doing this. But naturally, we have gone deeper into it. We are spending tons of research and development effort to do that. So they will be our customers. So they can do it in-house, but they haven't done it.
And they do not have a presentation to show you. They have a product to show you. So next is Hornback Mobility, e-mobility. So welcome Nishit, a serial entrepreneur from IIT Bombay. And at Hornback, they are transforming urban mobility, beginning with their first product, a diamond folding cycle.
Hey, tell your friends it was nice to meet them. I never want to see them again. I broke your heart, moved to the city in a broke down car. 4 years, no calls, now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar. And I can't stop.
Good afternoon. At Hornback, we have revolutionized the way people think of bicycles. And this is the product. This is the world's first full-sized diamond frame foldable bicycle. And in a matter of seconds, it transforms to half its size. And once folded, you can roll it like a trolley and take it anywhere you like it. Now, this solves a lot of problems, especially for cycling. Right? One of the biggest problems is theft. Globally, bicycles are the most stolen vehicles. So theft is solved by this. We also, in India, promote safe cycling because we all know when you cycle on city roads, it's very scary. So you can take this to your favorite highway or to a cycle park or to a place where there's not a lot of traffic. The other thing that we also address is that you can cycle on holidays. You can take this bicycle. This fits in the boot of an Alto. So this is how we have conceptualized and imagined the bicycle. Now, over the last 2 years, we have sold about 3,500 bikes. We are regularly awarded bestsellers and Amazon's Choice on Amazon. We have 350 dealers pan-India who sell our bikes, and now the game is just starting. We have partnered with Mahindra & Mahindra, where they will be selling our bikes as an accessory to their cars in the next year. This, coupled with the channel sales and the e-commerce sales that we have in India, will constitute only 20% of our overall business. 80% will come from exports. Now, speaking of exports, we have identified Europe to be the first place where we will start exporting because the demand for high-quality, innovative bikes is there. Right from the onset, we have manufactured these bikes in-house. We have our own manufacturing and R&D facility in Hyderabad, where we manufacture these bikes at a very economical cost. So our manufacturing prowess will ensure that we are the lowest cost producer of this bike in the world on a like-to-like basis, even lower than China. So we will start exporting these bikes, and we have already done a dip test. We visited Europe last year, we visited Germany, we visited the Netherlands, some of the bigger markets, and we understood their product requirements. We showed this bike to dealers and customers. They were very happy with the product. With a few component changes that are required for certification, we will soon be ready. In fact, we will be ready in 1 month with the Europe certified bike. So that is Hornback, a product which is priced very well. We are going to enter into strategic partnerships, and our manufacturing prowess will ensure that we become a global name in the field of mobility. Thank you. And this is our electric bike. So we have gone one step forward in this. When you want to roll it, after folding it, you don't even have to push it. The wheel will rotate on its own, and you just walk with it. So you don't have to push it. You can take it in metros, you can take it in all places, and you press the brake, and it's done. Yes, we have a granted patent. Yes, for the folding mechanism.
For the markets like Netherlands and some of the other colder countries, do you have special features for this to go on slippery roads, on snow road?
Yes. So what happens is generally, as I said, component upgrades. So if we upgrade the tire, we use tires that are certified for use in those countries, in those regions, then automatically the product becomes usable for those markets. So the electric bike with the battery and the motor weighs 23 kg compared to, let's say, another competitor, which also comes, let's say, in not the full-size folding, but with small wheels, that weighs more than 36 kg. So we are at just 23 kg, and this starts at 16 kg, 1/6.
You are not currently addressing the US market, which is a lot of theft going on in the US. So
Theft is a global problem.
no, US especially right now, but it's cars mostly.
Yes.
But this would be a good market also.
So if you look at it, of the $113 billion bicycle industry, 25% is in Europe. So Europe is a bigger market, and that is why we want to address that first. But of course, the West, as in the US, is also in the radar, and we will be going there very soon.
Hello, can I ask a question here? My name is Anurag Shrivastava, and my question is very simple. It's a fantastic product. For India, I think it's a first mover advantage probably you have. But what's your moat? What is that the differentiation that for a startup, people ask, what is a moat that people will not be able to copy your product or come out with something similar or better, especially in the international markets?
Correct. So we are a design-first company. It is not just that we are relying, of course we have a patent, but we all know the protection a patent gives you. We are going to keep innovating. In fact, we have filed 3 more patents that are not, that will come in the products that we do later. So constant innovation, quick innovation, coming up with new features and having a pipeline of products that will always keep ahead in terms of design and innovation, and at a very low price. Because you regularly see that, we all rely on, in the cycle industry, the reliance is very heavy on buying parts from outside. But when we started, we realized that we need to, So manufacturing is the skill, and we are making 60 plus components that will ensure that that doesn't happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishit. What a wonderful presentation, what a wonderful demo, and thank you so much. And I am really shocked no one asked for a demo drive. So they are available for demo at Stall 62. That was a plan to advertise. So next pitch, if this one does not inspire you, then I do not know what will. So for the next pitch, Impact Edge, I want to welcome Dr. Ram Ramananan. He is an alumni of IIT Kharagpur, Texas McCombs School of Business, and the University of Texas, a Fulbright scholar. At Impact Edge, he is building a cutting-edge AI-based sustainability solutions for enterprises, and he is going to pitch on a stage for the first time for his startup.
Hello, everybody. I've generally been always used to making presentations on my subject area. This is a little different. I've done corporate consulting and academic opportunities all my life. Startup is new, so kindly bear with me. To start with, my name is Ram. I am an IIT KGP alum, and although my title says co-founder and CSO, the S stands for sustainability. We are a sustainability management platform provider. Yep, I'll get to this in a minute. We empower enterprises to achieve sustainability excellence across value chains, and that is a key term there, and unlock business value from their sustainability programs. While sustainability is a term that's widely used and known, it's a good question as to what drives sustainability, and I get asked all the time, if it's not making money, why should we? We generally have to go back to the entire transformation of business from, driven by your individual greed all the way to stakeholder sharing. So there is a clear business case providing multiple bottom line and top line benefits from sustainability initiatives. As you will notice, you get to manage your compliance and reputational risks better. You have access to lower cost of capital. Some people ask me, really? Yes, and I will show you some data on that. Better brand loyalty and talent retention. And that is a very important thing, given all the millennial talent that you see, they want to be sustainable and kind to nature. Further, sustainability focused companies have some very significant, better performance. If you look at it here, you will see, I think I'm getting out of this thing here, S&P ESG index versus S&P 500. You will see, those differences look a little small, but they are very significant when you're talking in percentages. And then, lower cost of capital. The cost of capital that's available to you, instead of 8%, if it is made to 6%, you're talking about a 15% differential, and these are very true. And you will notice it because a lot of the companies are able to do this. The reason is by following ASP. Already 3 minutes? Yeah, 1 minute. So, okay. What you will notice is the percentage of risk that is there is eliminated very significantly. Anyway, I'll just go through some of the other slides quickly for you. The market opportunity, it was presented as a 4 billion opportunity by Bhaskar this morning in India, and this is a 24 billion opportunity. We have 2,400 mandates, there are tons of stakeholder pressure that's coming from everybody, and sustainability is now a top 10 strategic business requirement. We have a unified enterprise sustainability management application that covers data with trust across the chain, and we provide deep insights and intelligent automation using blockchain and AI. One more minute?
Sure, sure.
Yeah. Okay. We have 7 enterprise customers, many of them large customers, Aditya Birla Group, MRF, and things of that nature. And we were incorporated only in March. We have 7 large customers and in discussions with very large global partners who want to white label our product, and we have more than 100 qualified prospects right now. And we have been recognized by McKinsey and put as part of their program, accelerator program. We're recognized by Gartner, have had multiple books, have been in this field for almost ever. And we have frequent invitees as panelists and speakers, like, for instance, yesterday. This is our positioning with regard to our competition. We have data coverage and trust on one side and business value on the other, and we definitely see ourselves as the one that has total competition. And this is the last one there, slide. This is our team. We have somebody from Citibank with a lot of financial capabilities. We have somebody who has really done a lot of product work with VMware, Siebel Systems, etc. And as I mentioned myself, I'm on the the sustainability domain. And that's it for me. And our ask is $2 million.
Thank you, sir. Can we have the questions, please?
To actually also deliver business value?
Excellent question, and that is something which is very, very crucial differentiator. We have multiple modules in our software. Reporting is almost the front end of things, because that is what is driving a lot of people's thinking. Oh, you got to just pull the data together, get it from the supplier, and put it back in there. That's not where it ends. If you want to be sustainable, you have to be able to use the data and manage your supply chain and your facilities in a manner in which you are able to enhance your sustainability performance. To that score, what you can do, we have something called the ACT module that takes all the data, applies AI, allows you prioritization of what actions will really result in better results for you.
Supply chain, how do you do assessment of a level 2, level 3 supplier?
Good question. Level 3, level 2, they want to hide behind level 1, not because they want to hide, sometimes they do. Most times level 1 does not want level 2 and level 3 to be exposed, clearly. And there's a lot of data anonymization, or whatever they call it. I don't pronounce that word too well. You make it anonymous. The data is not really known as to where it is coming from. And number 2, we use blockchain technology in a fashion in which it allows you the confidence that my data is not going to get lost because of its immutability.
We'll move on to the next startup. They're again doing a very interesting thing. So welcome Mr. Sanjay Garg. He's an IIT Delhi alumni with more than 2 decades of work experience across finance and sales. And at Arya, he's just making water out of thin air, it seems.
Hello, everybody. Myself, Sanjay Garg. I'm a CEO and co-founder for the Arya Eco-Friendly Resources. Basically, we all know that there's a total usage of 10 billion metric ton water is to be used for the drinking purpose on a globally basis, on a daily basis. And the total available water is just a 6.6 billion metric ton. So clearly, there is a huge gap between the demand and supply. So we are solving a 3 major problem. One is the water itself. There's more than 2 billion people who do not have an access of water. More than 70% diseases are the waterborne diseases because they are consuming a pollutant water. And lots of plastic bottles as well as the water wastage through a various water treatment plant is again disturbing the whole ecology. So we have a solution which is through a sustainability, which is just generating a water from air, and there is no requirement of any kind of a groundwater. Zero water wastage is plug and play. No plumbing is required. The water quality is very healthy and mineral rich, and we are aligned towards the net zero water of the United Nations goals also. So this is the technical. I think I'll just skip it for this one. There are a few players who already exist in the same segment, but we have a clear-cut key differentiation compared to them. The first one is that we are the most energy efficient compared to anybody across the globe. So we consume less power than them. We are the IoT integrated, which gives you a real-time monitoring of the water quality at the time of a water dispensing. We are not only giving the machines on a capex basis, so we are giving the machines on the pay-for-usage basis also. We have a range from 100 liter to a 10,000 liters, means right now we are working in a B2B segment. So in industry landscape, we all know that the system where we work is our tankers, desalination plants, ROs. They all are require input water, huge water wastage, and lots of non-sustainable aspects are coming into the picture. The water quality is not good. While if you look into the air-to-water generator, this is one of the most sustainable way to generate water. If we look into the competitive analysis, we come straight away on the top right compared to the ROI, means that we are very competitive in terms of the costing and the product differentiation because of our energy efficiency and IoT. Given an example of the cost, the Israeli company, which is a Waterzen, they are the most prominent figure in this subject, and the cost of the 900 liter in Waterzen is $55,000, while our cost is coming out to be close to a 1/4 of it, which is around a $15,000. The market potential is around a 6 billion by 2026 with a CAGR of more than 18.1%. And the business model which we say is that we B2B for a capex as well as a WAS, which is a water as a service, mainly for the subscription model. So the revenue which we want to generate it is a product selling around 55%, subscription model, and the AMC and spare parts. And we are targeting by March 2026, it should be around 10 CR with a gross profit of 40%. Our GTM is basically is very clear. The market where the huge water is required, government regulations are there where they can't pump out the water, and there is a coastal areas where they don't have the water is our GTM. And we have we got a US funding in May 23. We have an Indian patent with us, and we have a traction also, and we have a client in that form of a SIDBI, Indian Oil, Toyota, SEAL, Indian Habitat Center. And we are asking for a 2 crore rupees for a 12 months, which are going to generate close to a 10 CR of the business in another 12 months time frame. And we are going to have an environmental impact, social impact, as well as an employment generation also. As a team, we are 3 co-founders. I'm the CEO and CTO, while Mr. Kapoor, he based out of Dubai. And Mr. Kapil Malhotra, he is an advisor. We got the funding from MAL as well as from IIT Ropad also. So we have the certain testimonials, and which has been shown over there. The total cumulative machine, the capacity has been deployed for a 4,600 liter. So these are the certifications are there, CE certification, patent, and ISO certification is there.
Can we have the questions, please?
Admirable initiative.
Thank you.
My question is, out of the 20 billion people who don't have water, what is your expected coverage of how many people will be getting more water because of your initiative, and in what time frame?
Sir, if let's look into the first of all Indian geography as this one. So in Indian geography, you look into that we in the eastern part of the country there is lots of arsenic is there, Jharkhand and all those kind of things, and maybe the West Bengal also. And even in the southern part of the country, considering it is into a Chennai, Bangalore, where again there's no water at all. So these are the areas where we already have our own channel partners, and we can definitely immediately look for that. The comply will be there. We have already deployed the machines in those areas as our pilot projects, and we have already done it with Toyota. We are coming up with a new order from Toyota itself again.
But you have not set any numerical targets?
We have not set it?
Numerical targets?
We have 10 crore for the next 1 year only.
Okay.
This is what we mentioned it over there.
Okay.
Hello.
No, how many people you plan to cover?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question is like, what will be the recurring cost that you will incur to generate 1 liter of water, and how much you will be selling it for? Since you told you will be selling it for pay-per-use, right?
the cost of the water generation in terms of a power is coming out to be is around 1.25 rupees to 1.50 rupees per liter. And it is basically that in terms of the energy efficiency, we are consuming only at 200 watt hours per liter is the total power consumption which is being used over there. And so in the pay for usage purpose, we are generally asking our clients that if they are okay with around 2 rupees to 2.5 rupees per liter, they are ready to give it to us. We are ready to sign the document with them where we'll absorb the whole capex cost.
Last question, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this initiative. First, yeah, this side. I'm a government officer and serve different parts of my this country. I have a technical question here. Do you have tested this in colder areas? Because as the temperature decreases, the moisture holding capacity of air decreases. So, do you have tested? Have you tested for colder areas?
So we have tested these machines in coastal areas.
No, I am talking about colder areas of this country.
That's what I'm saying, that we have done it in, this particular testing has been done in above in Himachal also. So we're at a high altitude. So over there, you'll see that the water yield is coming out to be very good because of a lower dew pressure.
What is the temperature? Because I am talking about the, because of the army and the defense forces are looking for this kind of solutions for many years.
So even the STC, we just consider it as a 25 to 30 degrees centigrade is the ambient temperature with the RH of around 80%. And this is, we call it a standard testing conditions. But it's not like this that you'll not getting a yield. The yield can vary based on the climatic conditions over there. But still, the machine will start generating a water even at a 35% of a RH value.
What will happen below 10 degree temperature?
Sorry to interrupt. I think we can have that conversation offline. I see a business opportunity there. Hope that is fine.
Good afternoon, investors. Do you know how surgeons learn surgery? Traditionally, there are three methods. First, they read books, watch videos, and learn how to operate. Second, their senior surgeons teaches them how to operate. And third, they practice on cadavers and learn how to operate. Now, these traditional methods have limitations. Only 10% of surgeon trainees have access to cadavers. 40% of these surgeon trainees are dissatisfied with their surgical training. At the same time, medical device manufacturers build innovative products, and they have challenges to show these innovative products to senior surgeons. They have logistical challenges. They also have to show the complete product capabilities to the senior surgeons. There is a clear gap in surgical training and product marketing, which requires innovation. MadVR solution bridges this gap by using a VR-based platform called surgical simulators. Our surgical simulators help surgeon trainees to practice surgeries anywhere and anytime in risk-free environment using a VR headset. Our haptic gloves helps the surgeon trainees to feel the skin, muscle, bone inside the virtual reality as well as they were doing a practice on a cadaver body. Our surgical simulators also help device manufacturers to share their complete product capabilities to senior surgeons remotely. It could be a tier 2, tier 3 or a tier 4 city in India, or it could be anywhere in South Africa or any other country. We are not only simulating surgeries, we are actually bridging gap between education and innovation. The market size for VR surgical training globally is 4.1 billion in 2024 and is projected to grow to 46 billion by 2029. In India, the VR surgical training market is at 1,182 crores in 2024 and is projected to grow to 4,545 crores by 2029. Our business model for both the medical colleges and the medical equipment manufacturers is a subscription based. For medical colleges, we have annual subscription charges for every department that takes our portable surgical simulators. We install VR skill labs in the medical colleges so they can practice. For the device manufacturers, we charge them a one-time customization cost for every surgery, and then there is an hourly charge that they have to pay to use any of those surgeries to showcase their product to seniors. Oh, yeah, it's only one slide. Yeah.
The idea is that in VR, it is all about experience. We have not got any experience.
So the experience is available. I have a VR headset. I can show you the experience. Actually, I'm not on the slide. I mean, it's difficult to share the experience on the slides. So I have a headset which can show the entire experience.
If he is looking at through the VR, how will he be able to work on the patient? Because he'll have to take it out while he's working on the patient.
No. So I think, so what we have built is not on a live surgery. This is before the surgery. So he practices before he goes and does a live surgery. And these are for junior surgeons who have actually taken up the MS courses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So do you see, your application going beyond this? Because, you could look at pilots, for example, airline pilots and, coaching, for example, sports coaching. I mean, this has got like massive number of applications. Have you thought of that, or you've
So
focused?
currently we are focused completely on healthcare, and our vision is to build the simulators to a level where right now we are building on predefined surgeries. So we have 7 surgeries in place. We have total knee replacement, ACL reconstruction, PCL reconstruction. We have 7 already ready. We have 8 more in development. But what we really want to develop in the future, or what we envision in the future, is, say a patient comes with a particular case for a for a surgery. His reports would be scanned. A surgery would be developed in the virtual world. The surgeon can complete the entire complex surgery in the virtual world, understand how he could really see it, and then go and operate on the patient. So that's what we envision. A little more than that, yeah, but yes. Yeah. Okay, so we have onboarded 6 manufacturers: Healthium, MedTech, Sorot Ortho, Biotech Ortho. We have a confirmed order of 70 lakhs, and we have generated revenue of 27 lakhs. Our traction has started since August 2024.
Hello, sir. Right here. Myself, Dr. Akash Agrawal. I am orthopedic surgeon. This is nice initiative. I am asking that what the charge of taking for annual subscription for medical colleges?
So for medical colleges, as I mentioned, it's a yearly subscription. So it starts from 3.5 lakhs per year and goes up to 15 lakhs, depends on the number of seats that medical colleges have.
Sir, other market players, just Johnson are the free of cost in medical college for training purpose. So how you compete these market players?
So Johnson & Johnson is not doing free. They are only doing it for training, and it's only for the internal employees. There are other 5 companies. Yeah, there are other 5 companies who are doing it, and they're all charging it. So nobody is giving it for free currently.
Okay, nice, sir.
Great. From my end, if people want to try your product, where can they find you?
Okay. Yeah, so I'm available over here. I have the VR headset, so if anybody wants to try the product can reach out to me. I can demonstrate the product using the VR
Where they
headset.
can find you? Any specific place at the venue that where they can find you?
I would be here at the hall itself, in the hall.
Okay.
In this hall. Thank you.
You can find them, but after the event, after the speeches. Okay, so thank you, Vincent. Moving on to the next page, MathViz Ingenuity. Interesting name. So please welcome Vishwajit Rathod, IIT Hyderabad alumni with experience in AI, ML, and generative AI. At MathViz, he is currently working on optimizing materials discovery and manufacturing processes.
Good afternoon, everybody. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I PIWOT IIT. So I'd just like to introduce you MathViz Ingenuity, which is a startup from IIT Hyderabad. We are incubated at IITIC. Me and my friend are here. So we all use materials from our mobile phones to automobiles. But have you ever thought how the materials are being made? It actually takes years and years and years of research to generate a material, a new alloy. So I'll just try to introduce the process, how it is going, and how we are helping to just reduce this in a rapid way. So we optimize material discovery lifecycle and industry process manufacturing. So now you see the problem statement, as I've already told you. To design a new material, we need first have to decide elements which are used in that material. Once we decided with the elements, these have been to test into a process of synthesis, then processes, then characterization, then testing. If you could just see this, it says that, physical process which is being done in industries right now, it is very hectic. Starting from the selection of elements to the testing thing, you need a diverse human resource who are actually on very higher grade of education. Like you need postdocs, you need professors, and all of them to just do this physical process. Once that is done, and then if we don't reach out to target properties, if our outcome doesn't match the target properties, you have to actually redo the same physical process from the beginning, which is hectic, which is actually, time taking and all. So what we Matverse Ingenuity do is actually, we do this iteration process in digital and do validation in physical. So when I say this, we collect the database on the required problem statement, we get the data, and when we train the data with our AML modules, we provide this. Using agentic AI, we have built agents on every model, which now we get suggestions of which better composition to go for this target properties, and then we can just go with them and reduce the whole iteration process in physical layer. So you can just see here. So first we take the data, and then we run our AI agents, and then we get the suggestions, and this framework, it's a framework. This framework gives you the exact suggestions for the target properties. So going ahead, I would just like to compare a conventional method of material making with Matverse material making. So we could reduce a time almost by 75%, a human resource by 95%. And then when we talk about the lab machines and all, we are reducing it by a very great level. And when it comes to manpower, I have already told you we reduce it by 75%. So there's a dramatic change in materials domain. Most probably, this is not being accepted by the traditional way of industries which are being right now. So we are targeting this particular industry, which is from automobiles, everywhere where you see materials, even this mic, which use materials and all. So we're targeting that thing right now. Going hard. So for whom do we do it? Exactly, our target user is a material scientist who is sitting in the laboratory, who is doing this tedious process of research and development in a trial and error method basis without knowing what exactly to select as an element. He does it with his literature knowledge from open source literature knowledge. And then, for example, if I just tell you, Samsung has spent, Samsung's 2024's materials research and development market, it has been as $20 billion just to get a superalloy which is being used for them. So our market cap is something like, the whole opportunity available market for us is like 130 billion. It's just a small chunk which I could tell you, but there's a lot more to it when compared to automobiles, space and all, every material scientist across the world. Then we are selling this as a framework, as a product to material scientist companies who has material scientists basically. And myself and Viresh are here. We are so fortunate to be guided by ex-director of IIT Hyderabad, Professor Desai, and Pradeep Metal and Dhruv Gupta. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can we have the questions, please?
We are, so right now we are working for paid pilots. Recently we talked to ISRO, where they had a very defining problem statement, like storing hydrogen peroxide in a container. So they left this problem statement because it is taking, they have done research on this for almost like 15-20 years, but they didn't find out an exact container to store that, and they are doing it for third parties. So we are in talks with ISRO to get a paid pilot. It's going on from past 3 months. So right now, sir, we are asking $200,000 to actually develop. Right now we have MVP, which is on a small scale. We want to bring it as a paid pilot. We want to complete the product and scale it. Thing is, right now it's in bits and pieces, like it's not completely developed. So to completely develop it, we need 100K, and further 100K is for marketing and all. Yeah. So we are an early stage startups. So we have worked on the existing models. We have developed and we have worked upon them mostly. So we have worked 4 proof of concepts right now. The accuracy comes from 97. We are good in accuracy. 97% of them accuracy.
Okay, 97% with respect to the real experiment.
Exactly, sir, exactly. Okay. So we have done 4 proof of concepts, which I couldn't bring up, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So
because Samsung with $22 billion, they will build whatever, their own thing at some point, right? So who's your ideal customer?
Sir, our ideal customer is a material scientist who's working on materials.
Which kind of companies?
Every company, sir, who has material scientists in their domain. Like, for example, when we said Samsung, they do have this thing, but they don't get it to the materials scientists to use that. So that's one. Tata Sons can, JSW, we are in talks with JSW to sell our module for that, and ISRO can be anyone in material scientists. We do have competition. There's multi-scale technologies, but they are being acquired by Micron right now, and there are other things like Siemens AI and all. These are platforms available globally, but yeah, we are in India. In India, we don't have any competition as of now. It's a unique space to be explored. Thank you, sir.
And I think it broke the number of questions we asked in 2 minutes, the record of that. So this idea actually got me thinking about many other ideas, about an ML model that actually search asteroids and planets in space, and what happens to my mechanical material side professors, and what about other branches, and what if we can have a researcher for all the professors. So it really opened my brain. So yeah, now we'll move to the next startup. IITStartup. So Dr. Tapish Agrawal, please welcome Dr. Tapish Agrawal, IIT Kanpur alum. He has worked as a scientist at Israel Institute of Technology for half a decade. At IITStartup, he's building hydrogen fueled microgas turbines.
Hi, thank you. So I, along with my longtime friend Yugandhar Reddy, we are building IITStartup. So coming right to the product that we are building. So we are trying to build jet engines. It's an old technology. It's a bit difficult to build. It's a bit big to build. So what we are actually building are smaller versions, 2 orders of magnitude smaller versions of jet engines which fly airplanes. So these are called microgas turbines. So we are working on a detailed plan to design, simulate, optimize, test, manufacture, and assemble all these components of this complex system, which is called a jet engine. We want to be the first to develop these microgas turbines in India, which has not been done yet. This will also help us build confidence and self-reliance in this critical technology, and with a long-term vision to develop larger gas turbines in India. These microgas turbines find applications in different fields. You are aware of aerospace. Microgas turbines are used in UAVs. In addition, they are also used for backup power. They are also used for mobility and other applications. So the first problem that we are trying to address with the first product using this technology is the problem of power cuts. Power cuts happen due to intermittency in power supply, which is increasing with integration of renewable in the electricity grid. The current solution is diesel generators. They are heavy air polluters. They contribute to about 2% of global carbon dioxide emission. In addition, they have a large operating cost, which is of the order of 3 times that of the grid, because of which many industries choose not to use any backup power solution if no grid power is available. The market for power generation is quite big. It is $2 billion in India and $20 billion globally. But in addition, microgas turbines, other applications have even larger market, which is estimated to grow to about $30 billion in next 10 years. The solution that we are proposing to address this problem of backup power is to combine the new fuel, which is hydrogen or green hydrogen, with this microgas turbines, because these platforms are an ideal solution to burn hydrogen. The first jet engines that were actually built were burning hydrogen. We believe we are equipped to do this because of our team. So I did my aerospace engineering in IIT Kanpur. Then I did a PhD in France, sponsored by Safran Group. Then I was in Israel for 7 years, working in the jet engines laboratory. My co-founder, I met him in IIT Kanpur. When I was a BTech student, he was a PhD scholar there. And then he was working in GE for 12 years, after which he moved to reaction engines in UK. We are also blessed with advisors from DRDO, IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur, IIT BHU as well. Here is a snippet of a technical economic comparison of different technologies in this space, which are battery storage systems, DG sets, fuel cells, and MGT. And it turns out that hydrogen-powered MGT should be a very economic proposition for the user for a moderate use of 2 hours a day. The ask is that we want to build this technology in India. It has a huge market potential, and the timing is right because of hydrogen production capacities being set up in India. We are currently in between TRL 2 and 3. We have a 9-month runway. We have raised about $100K. We need about $2 million for the MVP in next 3 to 4 years, but we are currently looking to raise $250,000 to increase some speed and to add 6 months to our runway. Thank you.
We can have the questions, please.
I think TRL 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you have built till now?
So we have built, so the model that you see here, it is the first version of the engine that we are building. We have built the CAD models of all the components. We are currently simulating some of the components.
Design stage, right?
Simulation.
So currently you are at a design stage.
Yeah. End of TRL 3 will be the testing of these individual components, some sectors of these individual components.
Okay. And so what's the time frame you're looking at?
So the total time frame for MVP for pilot stage is about 3.5 years, for which we would need about $2 million of funding.
Okay. And what about the cost effectiveness? Because hydrogen is not cheap, right?
Yeah. So the advantage with hydrogen is that it has higher calorific value. So it is 3 times more than the hydrocarbons. So even if you take the current price of hydrogen, which is 300 to 350 rupees a kg, it is equivalent to diesel. But as more and more production capacities are being set, when National Green Hydrogen Mission targeting 100 rupees a kg for hydrogen, it becomes a better fuel for use, especially in some locations, for example, urban locations, where it can be mandated by government to have no CO2 emission technologies.
What about security? Because hydrogen is also a bomb, right?
Yeah. So it's like CNG was a bomb 20 years ago. So it's the same. Now CNG is stored at 200
No, that's
bar.
fine. What care you are taking? That's why my question.
So so that is not a problem for us to solve. There are much bigger players involved in solving the problem of hydrogen transport and storage. So we are banking on them.
Okay.
So I guess your company is a B2B or a B2G. It's not a B2C, is it?
Yeah, we are building a 100 kilowatt engine. So 100 kilowatt is mostly B2B or B2G.
Because there are so many individual buildings all over the world that need generators, using generators. And if you build a small model.
The problem with this engine or this technology is that the efficiency reduces as you go smaller. So that is why all jet engines, all aircrafts are powered by jet engines and not IC engines, because efficiency increases as you grow in scale. So that is why it's not very efficient to build a smaller one.
Have you heard of Capstone or Blade On? These are the products that are already there in the international market.
Yeah.
And to the best of my knowledge, all of this started 20 years back. Yeah. And I don't know how well they are doing financially, especially.
Yeah, Capstone is going through bankruptcy.
Yes.
So the problem that when we did this, we went through their annual reports and all because they're a listed company. We did figure that it doesn't make sense to burn hydrocarbon in a microgas turbine because operationally it becomes expensive because it has a smaller efficiency than IC engine. So that is the main reason we believe that it didn't work. That's why we are proposing to burn only hydrogen in this.
A lot to read and a lot to learn. So next startup is MobiPay. Great. So now I would like to welcome two hostel mates, college mates, Mr. Taran Mohan and Vikram, IIT Delhi alumni with more than 2 decades of experience in digital banking sector. At MobiPay, they are revolutionizing financial inclusion through feature phones.
The basic thing we are doing right now is addressing security. Cyber security, data security, my KYC, my validation KYC, addressing that. What we've done is, familiar card for you, banking chip, 16K dumb chip. We've taken the same chip, added a megabyte of memory, OS, applications, and over-the-air management. We can do remotely over SMS and over data. Patents filed, granted. The same chip now, this is what it is. Goes into multiple form factors, SIM overlay, phone, PCB, IoT device in an entity. You can put it anywhere you want. It gives you banking grade. Banking grade is EL 5+, we are 6+. That's what we do. Applications. First application we've done is familiar. 350 million phones in India, selling 10 million phones a month. No banking, financial inclusion, we do it out. Second application, you heard about digital currencies, CBDCs. Right now, CBDC is an online-only transaction. RBI Global Hackathon last year asked for anonymous, where me like literally cash. You don't tell the bank I'm paying you 10 rupees, we can do it out. So we put anonymous offline. I can pay on a plane, I can pay in a train, I can pay offline, nobody else knows NFC. Third app variant, on a feature phone. We could do it out. The only one globally who could do it out, global finalist by RBI announced earlier this month. Runners up. Didn't win it, runners up. The third application is digital signatures on a phone. You have USB dongles, we can do it on a mobile phone. MeitY has asked us to do it out. Fourth is little later, UIDI tokenized variation. Business model, third, this phone. Banking on this phone, we do it out. The fourth, market, chodo. You know what, 350 million phones, both put together. Patents filed, granted, more coming in. Business model. Competition, truly telling you, competition in our sector, in our technology is zero, globally, zero. People ask us, hey, we put some notes out, IVR-based missed call payments. But chalta hai, but not what we do exactly. It can't do digital currencies, can't do e-signatures. Do basic payments only. Business model is a combination of transactions, per revenue per transaction, monthly service fees. Like e-signatures for you is a 2,500 rupee 2-year subscription. E-mudra says come at $600 a year, 2 years. Okay with that. On payments on this solution, monthly service charge, this thing we do it out. Currencies, CBDC, we don't know yet, it's too early. Still evolving, RBI says yes, but the market is global. What we've done on digital signatures, anonymous, offline, and feature phone, nobody else in the world has done it out yet, nobody. Few of our accolades, what we've done, RBI and PCI partnerships. The second thing also we've done is making signatures secure on these phones. When you do m-commerce payments, you put cards, card number, OTP aata hai, it's not secure. We have made it secure. We have turned a phone into a card acceptance terminal. So you can tap your own card on your own phone. Business model, this is a safer, simpler, and a faster transaction, and a cheaper transaction, no OTP. We are OTP enemies, as everybody calls it. We hate OTPs, and in all our solutions, there's no OTP. Raising money, we've raised, this is the demo, you can see our demo, work it out. Make money, I've already told you about it. How we make, what are we doing? Raising 10 crores, we've got 6.5 in the bank already. We want to put a gap of 3.5 crores. That's what our ask is right now. It takes us to going live and 6 months of runway. And when revenue's coming in, let me see what happens next. Yep.
Great technology. Thanks. It was required. My question is about the usability. That because it has been going to be used by mainly the rural India, right? You are talking about.
Yeah, 3 to 4.
Yeah. So in that particular aspect, how we are actually addressing to that.
The biggest user for us in that segment is microfinance.
Yeah.
80 million beneficiaries. They have people on the ground. So average, each feet on street or FLOs as they call them, addresses 350 to 500 million, 350 to 500 customers. We've got 3 MFIs on board already, integrate for the loan management system to collect the EMIs, and they're taking the market. Survey done, market experience, dipstick done, commercial models settled out, testing done with the overlays with their customers. They're comfortable, they want it because it has UPI.
Okay. Yeah.
You and I can't use the feature phone anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the rural only. I'm talking about, yeah.
I'm saying you and I find it very difficult to
Yeah.
use the keypad. But when we went into the rural areas and we were talking to these beneficiaries, they are so adept at using a feature phone.
Right.
Right? We actually did experiments with them where we gave them the chip. We said, place it on your phone, stick it, because it's self-adhesive. You paste it on your SIM card, put it back into the SIM slot. They were very comfortable maneuvering the keypad. And our entire solution is menu-based. It's in multiple languages. So, if I'm selling in Karnataka, it's English and Kannada. Very comfortable. These people are very comfortable using a keypad phone. So from a usage perspective, we don't see any challenges.
Okay, well, next probably question is that, as we know, right, with the Moore's law, the cost of smartphones are decreasing day by day, right? So from an aspirational point of view, let's say tomorrow the rural ones are going ahead.
This is the phone answer. The JIO smart feature phone.
Yeah.
It has data, WhatsApp, Facebook, JIO Cinema, JIO Chat, everything. This is 1,000 rupees, this is 1,300 rupees. Affordable, simple, battery life. This is a 3-day battery life, this is a 3-day battery life. Your phone is 12-hour battery life. It doesn't work in the villages, 12 hours. These two phones
So a
work.
customer who's on this feature phone, right, still cannot afford a smartphone. The prices sure are coming down, still can't bridge that gap. This customer will move on to a JIO phone.
Smart
And
feature
we are present in the JIO phones also. Okay.
This is a segment I told you, this is our sweet spot. There's no competition in this segment.
On your later part, the m-commerce, so is it for the merchant device or are you talking about the customer side?
Customer handset.
So customer side, if you say, have you done the PCI MPOC certification and the regulatory approvals?
All done. Visa global agreement in place. MasterCard says Visa ko karega, hum kar lenge. RuPay has taken us to the Reserve Bank because the basic classification is online card payment is card not present. So RBI has to say card not present is now card present also with this technology. So it's gone with NPCI, through NPCI to RBI. We're meeting them next week. It was to be, no, week after next. They were to happen on Tuesday, postponed to next week. Hopefully आ जाएगा. NPCI ने दिया है ना तो वो ना नहीं करेगा RBI.
I think
Plus, it's customer centric. It's user friendly. It's a delight. But everything, technology-wise, certainly we're all through with everything. We spent 5 years putting it together.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer, Tarun.
Oh, thank you.
Great presentation. I think very straightforward, very concise, awesome. Reminds me of the days when we used to save contact numbers by typing a button 3 times, right? But I'm pretty sure it is going to boom, especially with GenAI being integrated, voice AI, and voice biometrics being integrated. So great. So.
You could, no? हम नहीं करते, वो करते हैं.
Great. So now we'll move on to the next presentation. Add my brand. Please welcome Bunty Kundu, IITM and IIM Ahmedabad alum with prior experience in business and founders office roles. Add my brand is an AI-based platform for media buying and selling.
Hi. We sold a part of our startup for $25 million last year. And my pitch is only for 30 seconds for the investors. Post that I'll discuss some other aspects. So we are basically a marketplace for ad spaces across categories, digital, traditional. Digital would be like Google ads, Facebook ads. Traditional would be outdoors, TV, print, radio, influencers, and 24 such categories. We cover all the aspects of ad buying and ad booking. Last year we made around $18 million revenue and $2.7 million EBITDA. We have been bootstrapped and profitable since the beginning. 7 years of existence, 3 years in operations. The point is like we sold our marketplace has two components. One is the tech platform and the other one is the ad agency. We sold the ad agency to Icon for a valuation of around $25 million last year. So now we are trying to raise seed fund for our tech platform, which has more than 10 million ad options. We are trying to raise $3 to $5 million seed fund. So that's where we are. So other aspects are our ideal customer profile is small and medium businesses, but right now we are serving all the big brands like Facebook, Instagram, Amazon, Samsung, Philips, Netflix, Nivea, Red Bull, BMW, and other 4,000 brands on our platform. We are making ad buying easy, which is not, which is very difficult as of now. You can do all aspects of ad booking on our platform, create, plan, book, manage, execute, analyze. Our USP is analytics. We have the same level of analytics for traditional ads as that of digital ads via various attribution features. We also have technology in pipeline for retargeting of ads. Whatever you see on outdoors or TV that comes on your mobile, retargets on mobile or your Alexa device, and you can see it 2 days later, or it could be checked out on Big Basket or Flipkart, or you could buy the product directly. We focus on traditional ads. That's the blue ocean we focus on. Total market size is $900 billion, and our 5 out of 9 trillion dollar companies get their revenue from ads. Our vision is to be the largest ads company in the world, possibly a $1 trillion company coming from India. So we focus on the blue ocean strategy of traditional ads and do it yourself. These are the various sectors, various categories of ads. This is our team. So this is the founder of, he's from IIM Calcutta. I am the CBO, Chief Business Officer, Bunty Kundu, and rest all have experience more than 30 years. John Rose is the chairman of Rose Marketing, largest ad agency in Russia. He sits out of Dubai, he will be based in Boston. Then we have John Federman, who has sold his company for $500 million. He's our head of US Ops. And then managing partner of Publicis, which is the ad agency. And we also have the core team of a unicorn founder. As you know, AdMobi was the first unicorn. We have the ad tech company's first CMO as our CMO, and many others. So, if you have any tech questions, I can redirect you to my founder, Sudh. He can answer you on a Zoom call or something like that. I could answer your questions.
We can have the questions.
No, there are competitors in individual. We operate across categories, 24 categories. There are competitors in maybe one in outdoor, maybe one in influencer, not across the categories.
Perhaps Apple does the same thing?
Who?
Apple.
I'm not sure.
A listed company.
I'm not sure. No, they don't do. We don't have a competitor. And we are developing an AI platform where you just give a prompt and it will book the ad on its own across the categories. That's the AI which we have.
Question. Given that you were bootstrapped and you had an exit, why raise money from outside?
We only have equities. That's $25 million deal is in equity. We don't have cash. So we need cash.
Equity swap?
Yeah, equity with PyCon. We need cash. We need cash to build the agency or buy a ad agency. So we need cash for that. We need a minimum of 600K to pay off our early investor also. There was a family round. We need to pay them. They invested 7 years back. So we need to pay them. $3 to $5 million, or even a little less would do.
So typically, you said you have 24 modules.
24 categories. So there are 120 subcategories. These are the categories, subcategories. Yeah, your question, please.
So what percentage of clients would, how many, what are the top categories of features or modules that the clients would go for?
So right now we get most of our revenue from influencers. 50% of it comes from influencers because we have a margin of around 60% also over there. But in future, going forward, it will be
planning and execution and the analysis, or is just one part of that?
We take a take rate on the booking of the ad. This is 15% of the ad value. So that, and in the future, the composition of the ads will be the market share of whatever ad category it is there. Just like Amazon started with books, now it is into all different categories.
Right.
So
And how's the client attrition been like?
100% retention. No, somebody
Across
would
what
have,
period?
Huh?
Across what period?
Across the last 4 years. They would have decreased the value. The marketing budget might decrease in the every year.
Okay.
But they have continued with us 100%.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you for the answer, Bunty. That was definitely not 30 seconds, but the ambition is bold and $25 million part was good. Please welcome Mr. Jayant Panda. He has over 25 years of experience in leadership roles across MNCs in the deep tech domain. He is currently building an AI platform that can do end-to-end software diagnosis on cloud, software health diagnosis on cloud.
As I was introduced, I am having around 25 years of industry experience. So we are incubated at IIT Bhubaneswar, And we are developing a SaaS product which will be typically used for software testing. And we are right now in the MVP stage. MVP beta version has already been released, and one customer is already in the pipeline. The problem statement, what I am trying to, or we are trying to solve, this is a real industry problem. Actually, we have I have solved it in a smaller scale for a particular segment, but now we are solving this problem for the global market. So the basic concept over here is like the product is cloud platform for software health reporting. The primary key takeaway from here is like we want to deliver the health of your software within 24 hours. The primary challenge is right now, if you go for all the big enterprise-based companies, they want to do, or they want to clean their software, or they want to check how good is their software, because they will be coming to any of these industries, means software engineering service providers. They will take at least 3 months to tell you what is the basic health of their software. So this is really a big pain point. So they don't know what are the areas in which they need to target. So what we are planning to do, if you see, this is what we are, this is a brief snapshot what I am giving here. This is one of the dashboard report which is coming from our platform. Means this is a platform which is a DevOps platform which is running on AWS cloud. And if you see, this is a report which talks about the maintainability of the software is in green, and reliability is not really good. Security point of view, the software is not really doing good. So definitely it needs some level of attention. So this is the type of report what we are trying to give to the customer. Quickly, why we are doing this? Because if you just a quick snapshot, this is a big problem statement area. So we have just given a quick snapshot from Indian auto industry. If you till today, 6 million vehicles in India has been recalled for various defects. In that 6 million, 23% of these defects are coming from the software. And if you talk about the global automobile market, till Q3 2024, 21 million vehicles were recalled for the software defects. Among that, again, another 23% is actually again coming from the software defects. So this does not mean that the software has not been tested, but definitely there is a scope, or there is a sleeping bug which is sitting inside the software, because this might have been done over a period of time. This might have been tested over a period of time, or this might have been tested while the software is getting constructed. So the basic theme over here is, while the software is getting constructed, you just do a quick sanity check how it is going to affect. The market size is quite big. It is 70 billion market, and if I talk about only India specific market, this is around 3.3 billion, and it is rising at a pace of 20% growth rate. And we have 3 competitors in this space. One of the competitors says within 2 years of their product launch, they have achieved around 6,000 customers they have already onboarded. Our product will be more stable, and it will be giving more value add and more ecosystem support. And we are operating in 2 mode. One is PaaS, which is where it is a platform as a service. We will be giving as a subscription based model, where you give around $100 per month, and you will give certain test cycles, and then again test as a service, which is a full enterprise edition versions will be given. So we are planning to raise, planning to grow 5 million by 2027, and this is the core found members, and we are planning to raise around 250K. I am open for the questions.
I am a software engineer myself, and,
yes, sir.
And I have been a software tester.
Yes, sir.
Thoroughly. How are you automating software testing?
Yes, sir. So we are not going for the functional testing. Means suppose, let's say you are selling a phone. So I don't want to test if your phone voice is coming correctly or not. But I am checking basically how you are achieving that particular software functionality. So I will be, if you see here, there are total 6 stages in this cycle. So stage 1, 2, 3, still you are not doing the functionality check. So the primarily many defects are coming from stage 1, 2, 3. If you see here, by doing stage 1 to 3 has been achieved by 9 different cycles of test, which is not talking about functionality. It is more about how it has to be developed. Means it is really meeting industry standards.
How do you check the code?
Code has to be then done like you see there is called static testing, there is another called dynamic testing, then another is called coding rule verification. Suppose if you are developing an aerospace product and if your product, software is not meeting aerospace standards, definitely it will fail. So there are many industry standards, many industry bodies, so which has right now come into the picture. So if you see here, we have deployed AI very heavily into many of these components. So that is how we are building this product.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Actually, I was involved in DevSecOps implementation in the company. So how do you compare yourself with the players in that segment?
See, devs, it is mostly very closely linked with the DevOps side, but actually what we are trying to do here, we are giving very industry-specific AI plugins, like what really, let's say, for example, aerospace industry, what really problems they are facing. So it will be very, very aligned to industry-specific requirements.
I think
Thank you.
they're going for niche markets.
Yeah.
So great presentation. Thank you, Jayant. And on the first hand, I feel that you are making it easy for my friend who is a developer.
Yeah.
On the second half, I am seriously thinking of telling him to change his job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll move to the next presentation. Before that, only 5 pitches are left, and we have covered a lot. Like, I really appreciate the patience and the enthusiasm. So 5 more presentations. The startups have been preparing since almost 1-2 weeks, right? They're standing here, have asked a lot of questions, have made a lot of calls, and the volunteers have definitely answered a lot of them. So 5 more presentations. Let's quickly cover it. 6, 5, so 30. 30 more minutes, and then we'll have lunch. So next startup is Vivinex. Please welcome Avikalp Gupta, computer science graduate from IIT Kanpur. And at Vivinex, they are building an AI co-pilot for code writing. Maybe testers here would definitely like to hear their pitch.
So you asked about the software testing part. That's empirical. This is theoretical testing, theoretical verification. So what we are building is a 10 times more intuitive interface to understand what has changed in code. Why are we building this? So already the interface to review what has changed in code is so poor that if you ask any developer, they would prefer writing new code over reviewing someone else's changes. And here are some stats. It takes on average 25 minutes to understand the changes in a pull request on GitHub. 50 to 70% of that time is spent in only understanding what has changed. This costs companies at least $10,000 per developer annually. And this cost is going to skyrocket. Why? Because now people are using AI to write code. And when AI writes code, developers have, the only job that the developer does is to review what has the AI changed, right? Here are some, again, a stat, 75% of developers already use AI for generating new code. 20% of all new code already is being generated by AI. And very surprisingly, according to the latest Dura report, the throughput actually goes down by 1.5% with every 25% increase in the use of AI. And more importantly, the stability goes down by 7%. Why does that happen? It is because reviewing code by AI is actually much harder than reviewing code by other human beings. The reason is humans, first of all, have context. So I and my peer both know everything about the company, right? Secondly, if there's someone else in my team who has been working on this for 10 years or in the same company, in the same team, I can trust that he might have written it correctly. And I can do with a shallow review. And third and most importantly is that someone who has been, a human who has written the code, if you ask him 3 months down the line when something breaks in that part of code, they would remember why did they make that decision. You don't have any such thing when AI is writing code, right? So it becomes more critical. Our solution is very similar to what Google Maps does. So we have all lived in an era where we used road atlases to navigate roads, right? When Google Maps came in, it did not create some new functionality. All it did was to create a way to navigate the same information better. That's the same thing we are doing. Developers are very comfortable in reading changes in a single function. What is hard is navigating large changes across files, across functions. So what we have created is a diff graph, and you can use that to navigate changes. It gives you a high-level overview. The important parts are that it reduces the noise. It only shows you the part of the code that has actually changed. It doesn't give you the whole graph. Secondly, it uses intuitive color coding that makes it extremely easy for developers to understand what has been added, what has been modified, what has been deleted. Thirdly, this makes it easier to navigate. We are very early, we have not even completely created a product, and yet we have 4 companies who are actively using our tool, 2 of them are even paying us. We have extremely big clients like Turing, who themselves would be a $100,000 annual client, who are already in the pipeline, and we have agreement from them in writing. This market is extremely big if you look at the amount of time that is spent in understanding changes in code, and it is actually growing faster than we expected. So the expectation was that in 2024 there will be 25 million developers, but there are already 28 million developers because AI has made it easier to be a developer. We are a team of IITians who have been building commercial AI software for 10 years. We have strong machine learning backgrounds. We both have patents in AI. And most importantly, more important than any of these things, is that we have a very strong conviction in improving the developer experience. In the last company we worked together, we fixed that for our team. We had 0 attrition in that team. And we want to fix the same thing for everyone. Thank you. We have already initiated the process, but we don't have it yet. The way people think about competition is, some people think about automatic code review tools. We are not that. They help the authors, they don't help the reviewers. The actual competitor that we have is actually GitHub itself, because that is where people review code the most. Their big issue is that they're not innovating fast enough, but more importantly, they are also not in the space of reviewing AI code, which is our primary thing. So GitHub doesn't even have a feature like that. So when GitHub Copilot generates new code, it still shows you the same diff that you would see directly on running git diff on the command line. So it is not making it easier at all compared to what we had earlier.
Hello, thank you for the nice presentation here.
Yes.
On a daily basis or on a monthly basis or on an annual basis, the frameworks themselves are changing. Like we had monolith, microservices,
Yes.
and it's going on and on with newer design patterns coming into the picture.
Correct.
So how will your product address this? And also there are automated unit test frameworks.
Yes.
So how will you compete against those?
So automated unit tests, again, because it is tests, all test is code, code needs to be reviewed. Secondly, automated unit tests are empirical guarantees of things are working. Companies have had manual testing teams for years, they still have a code review step, because you need a theoretical review step as well. What was the other question? What was your changing frameworks, right? So the thing is that we have done some cheating. So the graphs that you see that we have created, right? We don't hard code all of this. We don't create the entire graph on our own. What we have done is we actually use an existing code optimized LLM to read the code for us. And our main logic is using that with our agentic system to improve the user experience.
Thank you for the answer, Avikalp. And that question came from really far away. Yeah. So I believe everyone is active. And being a product manager myself in the past life, so I'm pretty sure regardless of all these tools, product managers will have to do product sanity and testing. I think we can move on to the next pitch.
Thank you.
Table sprint. Please welcome Abhijit Kumar, IITB alumni, second time co-founder, with a successful exit in his past venture. At Table Sprint, they are building AI-powered no-code tool for MSMEs.
Hello everyone. So the last startup which we built was the current Big Basket Daily. So a few of you may be knowing that we built from Pune, and then that's again that was pretty much a consumer tech startup, and it has all the tech pieces into it. So the next one which we are building is on the similar line, but little more tech to it, and so basically all the fields, right, in the supply chain, in the CRM, in the HRMS, we wanted to combine and build an app builder. So basically at the junction of no code and AI, we are building the next product for ourselves, right? So in a very simple term, we are building an alternative to Salesforce, SAP, Oracle. So if we want to relate with our product, maybe those are the base products with which we can relate it. So these products are already there. The market size is huge. I think that all three combined, they do like almost 100 million ARR. So we want to operate in that space. So I will quickly move. Yeah, so the product we have built for the sales channel, normally it's direct sales. We can also do through partnerships. You can also go through marketplaces and even the PLG, right? So the PLG takes little more time to get into action. So initially you start with the sales and then you can use the partner model to build the GTM, right, for such products. So I will skip the market size part because it's already pretty big. Yeah, the benefits, they're like very straightforward benefits, like you need very less time to implement compared to Salesforce or SAP. So the time to implement the product itself is like almost 1/3 of the typical product implementations, like if you go for SAP or Salesforce. Okay. Revenue model is normally per user, but there are other innovative ways to build to the clients. But note, this product is basically for the enterprises, which we are looking at. Team-wise, we are running with the same team, which we did the last time. So Chirag is like working with me since like now almost 8-9 years. So we built the rain gun last time. Now we are building with the same core team this product. Some of the advantages which we have is basically in enterprise side, the sales advantages we have. Product side also we have a lot of advantage for this kind of product, which can compete with Salesforce and SAP. I will just quickly show some of the screens and we are done. So some of the app screens, so we call ourselves an app builder. So some of the app screens which you can see on this one. So it also has a form builder. So somewhere we also compete with Typeform kind of companies also for the surveys and all. It also has an e-commerce type of platform, but mainly we target the B2B sorts of enterprises, not the B2C. Okay, but these are like the product catalog which you can build, and all these things you can build without technology, without coding, in like under a few minutes. And these are like for the projects, we have the Gantt chart. So a lot of, and we have our own ETL tool. So we have our own workflow builder. So I will just go back to the current status and we can take the questions. Yeah. So so currently we are at beta and we are doing pilots with few of the clients. So any question you have, I can take it up.
Any questions? There. Fourth row here.
So currently we are working with Flipkart, Vedantu. These are the.
So they're going to build their own ERP and CRM and replace.
So we have a partner model also. So we have partners.
So you do the service
part. So we build like you have a Salesforce developer. So you need to be a table sprint developer to help the client to build to implement their thing. So on the platform, but if you know the platform, like in Flipkart, we have like 2-3 models which they are trying. So against Power Apps, they are trying to set up a table sprint practice. So that's one thing which we are trying to put. Okay, the other things are like into the 2 departments. We are.
So your competitor is Power Apps, not Oracle SAP, right?
Come again?
Your competitor is Power Apps, not.
Where you can build your own team and build your own apps, then Power Apps. But when you don't have a tech team and when you are not putting up you don't want to put a practice, so then we just build the use cases of this app. So like CRM, HRMS, performance management. So across all the modules, right? So we have a pre-built apps, which we sell to the companies like any manufacturing company. We go and sell, if you are buying an HRMS or a supply chain planning solution from SAP, you can buy from us also.
And is this 300K part of a larger fundraise?
No, we keep raising funds. So we have raised earlier also, and it's more like because these are enterprise clients, okay, and the size is like 100K, almost 100K per client. So they need little more time to convert, right? So we are buying just the runway. So we still have a lot of runway left.
Got it.
And so it's not.
One
Thank you,
question
Abhijit.
from here in the back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. So how does developing on your platform here? How does developing on your platform differ from using AI on building on top of Oracle and SAP?
I don't know. So we are building an SAP of our own. So you can also develop your AI on our own product. So it's more like saying that we are building something from India, a product like SAP. So yeah, you can use AI and build on top of our product also instead of SAP. So it's a both way possible. The pricing, the time to implementation, all those things come into the play when you actually deliver the product to the enterprises.
Thank you, Abhijit. I think we can move to the next startup now. Please welcome Propel Pro, Himanshu Arora, another IIT Bombay alumni with over 15 years of experience in AI product building. Propel Pro is an AI-powered tender automation solution that optimizes bidding processes for AEC and EPC companies.
My name is Himanshu Arora. I am the founder of Propel Pro. So what we are building basically is a AI-based proposal automation platform for the AEC industry. So just to give you the context of the problem, so most of the sales in this industry, construction, manufacturing, etc., is done through RFPs or tenders, and that's not in India, it's basically globally. So now, let's say Reliance has to build up a water treatment plant. So they will release an RFP of their own, and then eventually there will be contractors and subcontractors who will be kind of bidding to it. So from receiving the RFP to then, to converting into a proposal, it's a marathon of a task. So basically, just to explain you that, once you get an RFP, the internal proposal teams create what is known as a go-no-go summary, on the basis of which a management takes a decision whether to bid or not to bid. Once that is done, it goes to different stakeholders, be it commercial, legal, etc., who kind of, looks into the RFP by themselves and generate their own synopsis, do their basic designing, and then eventually convert them into cost estimates. And then eventually everything comes back to the proposal team who kind of drafts the response, etc. Now, the whole process of generating those proposals is basically what we are kind of, putting into a platform and kind of automating it. Say, for example, I'll just show you a few things here. So we have 4 modules, Propel Scout, Read, Flow, and Write. So what Propel Read does is it will kind of read your RFPs automatically and generate your go-no-go summary as well as your detailed synopsis of different technical, commercial, legal information from the RFPs. The Propel Write will help you draft the proposals also. So it's like, every RFP comes with a set of list of documents to be submitted, financials to be shown, similar work to be kind of shown. All those things can be easily drafted kind of automatically with the Propel Write. And with Propel Flow, it's more of a workflow management solution, but specifically for the bidding part only. So this is in kind of an end-to-end or unified bid management platform for the AEC industry for, creating their proposals and managing through the whole platform. So that's the value proposition we are kind of adding. So easily, reading a tender to drafting a proposal, it easily takes 500 man-hours. What we are saying is we can do that in less than within 150 to 200 hours, right? So what it helps is, of course, it will, it's a efficiency improvement, but more than that, with the same existing teams, you can definitely bid more and bid more accurately. So let's say if you are bidding for a 1,000 CR construction project, if you make any kind of, cost estimation mistakes or if you miss out on any critical information, it's a very big risk for the contractors and the subcontractors. So that's where kind of we come in and help them draft the proposals in much more better way. Yeah. So in terms of product development, we already launched these 2 modules and we have few initial early adopters also. So we are working with companies like Thermax, Jindal Water and Infrastructure, VTech, Wabag has also joined us, and then we have Ashoka Buildcon also kind of working with us. We'll be also onboarding companies like KEC in this month also. So that's what we kind of doing. And now we'll be launching the Propel Write module also in March this year. Yeah, so our focus market segment will be, water industry, oil and gas, power energy, transportation. So all the companies who are into solar, EPC, wind, water, wastewater management, roads, highways, etc. will be our target clients. Yeah. In terms of competition, there are a lot of bid management softwares which are more like old school software like Procore and all. AI-based solution is there is one company called Joystay in the US who are kind of competing with us. Yeah, we can discuss this.
Thank you. We can have the questions.
Yeah.
So this is a very good implementation of AI. So my question is like, do you have any paid customers as of now?
Yes, sir. So
okay.
Yeah.
So from which geography those customers are?
So right now we are only targeting Indian markets. So Thermax is one that is in Pune. Then we have Jindal Water, that's Delhi. Then we have Ashoka Buildcon, Mumbai. VTech is Chennai.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you deal at this stage, the data of your customers is very critical.
Yes.
So your product sit on your infrastructure or on their infrastructure?
It's on our Azure cloud, but what we do is like we dedicate separate infrastructure on the cloud for each enterprise client.
But still that data is accessible to you. So have you gone for some certifications?
So we will be eventually going to SOC 2 and ISO 27001, sir.
Achha.
This year, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
But I agree with you. This is a very critical data, especially once we start getting their bidding information also in terms of prices and all. Definitely, they will have a lot of risk, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. So right now, for this year, we'll be doing around 60-70 lakhs in the ARR. We launched this in April 2024 only, sir. Yeah.
I see that you are not targeting. Hello, here. I see that you're not targeting the government sector, and as you know, the government is one of the largest issuers of RFPs.
Right.
So if you, and most state governments are moving to local language.
Yes.
Now your product will be well suited to local language offering.
Yes, sir.
Are you planning to have local language offerings?
Yes, sir. So we can definitely extend this to, Marathi and other vernacular languages also.
No, you can, but are you planning to?
Sir, not immediately. Right now, English is, of course, a very big market for us. We just do English. So coming to that question of the government, so government are mostly releasing the RFPs. Right now, we are sitting towards the contractor and the, on this side of the chain, basically. In the long run, what we also plan is to create an evaluation tool where we can compare the bids also from different contractors. So that in that way, government can be our client later on. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a question there.
Thank you, Manchu.
He's asking something. Yeah, so we are not a CLM, sir. We are more of a sales enablement tool, primarily focusing only on the bidding life cycle. Contract CLM tools typically come downstream of what we do, basically. And I don't think they would like to come on this side of the business, basically. Yeah. So tech-wise, they can, of course, be same, but that's not a point. Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else?
So 2 more startups remaining. I would like to invite Neurasim. Please welcome Mr. Girish. Girish has over 20 years of experience in marketing and management in Indian pharmaceutical companies. He has a vision to enhance patient-doctor experience through innovative technology in healthcare. Basically, he is providing VR devices for solving the problem of lazy eyes. And just to inform, they were also at Shark Tank, India. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. You made my job easier. So, as is already mentioned, I have been a part of the healthcare industry for about 20 plus years, and we've got co-founders who have been really good in terms of their clinical experience as well as in terms of technology experience for virtual reality. All put together, we've got 2 startups. The first startup we've already established in the space of AI, which has generated about $500,000 of revenues already. And this that I'm going to pitch now is something that is complementary to the business that we already have. We are now getting into the space of virtual reality. Quickly to give you a few numbers, this market, the first potential market that we've identified is only lazy eyes. Going forward, we'll be going into glaucoma, sports, as somebody mentioned a few minutes back here. So these are much larger markets. Lazy eye itself is about a $25 billion potential market. And where are we on that? We will see in a minute or two. In India, we've already generated a revenue of about 46 lakhs right now. Though we still consider ourselves as pre-revenue because these are different price points that we were testing, and in the process itself we've generated about 46 lakh rupees. We've got a grant of about $1 million, which helped us build the entire product ecosystem for the next 5 years that we'll be showcasing in a couple of minutes. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. So I'll largely be focusing only on 2 slides. This is the team that has built this particular product. I will come to the main part, and that is the product pipeline that we have built. And that is what I was talking about, $1 million that we've already spent from the Erasmus grant on these 5 stages. The first stage that we see here is called BV, which is a product which has already been launched in the market and will be showcased on Shark Tank very soon, season 4. Here we've generated a revenue of 46 lakh rupees from different largest chain of eye hospitals in the country as a part of our price model that we were testing. Because of the demand that has come in from the market, that is the customers as well as doctors, we've now launched BV Home, which is a home-based therapy, which will be a hub and spoke model with the clinic, so that patients can actually take a BV, a virtual reality-based solution to their homes and continue their therapy at home. While conventional therapies take about 9 months and almost none of them seem to work, BV works in about 20 days. That's how good the therapy is, because it's a virtual reality-based therapy. What we've also started working on, and we've got a patent for that as well, is to identify glaucoma using virtual reality. Right now, there's a huge pain point when it comes to identification of glaucoma using a device called perimetry. We've solved that using our device, and we'll soon be launching it in the market. That itself is a 5 times larger market as compared to just lazy eye. Going forward, we've already tied up with a really nice sports management agency, and we've already started working on models that are helping improve sports performances. That will be another D2C. All of these that you see are going to be B2B to begin with, B2B2C that we've already started, and then D2C. And the last that we've already started working on is with IIT Madras. We are working with the Sudha Gopalakrishnan Brain Research Center for developing, using virtual reality to identify neurological problems well in advance, because India's got a large aging population which will be served using this particular solution. Our ask is 2.5 crores $300,000 is the ask that we have, and that will be used in multiple areas as we can see here. Any questions? I'll be more than happy to answer those. So Google Lens will work on a completely different platform, and this is not the same domain. The domains are completely different. In terms of our domain, we will be focusing purely on 2 domains. One is detection, and the second is therapy, which is pretty different as compared to the Google Eye platform. That is one. The second is our domains we've clearly identified, marked as ones where we will be serving through ophthalmologists, and there are ophthalmologists purely for sports also, but all of it will be routed first through ophthalmologists and then direct to consumers.
You talked about the sports domain. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Absolutely. I'll give you a simple example. Imagine a bowler bowling from the front end, and the ball, which is a brown colored ball, comes to you, right? You can actually use virtual reality, and we're using that in our therapy right now as well. You can actually improve contrast of a person. So improving contrast. The second is very simple example that I'll give you. A right-handed batsman has his left eye in the front, whereas a right-handed batsman will generally have his right hand, which is the dominant eye. We can actually make the left eye a dominant one. Every single speck of improvement will result in about a 20 to 25% improvement in overall performance. We've tried multiple domains right now. Shooting is another area where we've got superb improvement that we've already seen. Thank you.
So for something like glaucoma, let's say it is detected, but eventual action is surgery, right? So how do you make money in this process?
Our money that we'll be making will purely be in the detection front. So right now, perimetry, these are perimetry devices, are huge devices. And there are a lot of pain points out there. I would love to explain those in details if I'm permitted time. We're solving all those problems, and there are multiple of those from the clinician's point of view, which is decision making. It is almost impossible to make a decision based on the perimetry results that we get. The operator is extremely unhappy, as well as the patient who is being screened is absolutely unhappy. So we're solving all 3 of these problems with this.
Thank you, Girish.
So we are replacing those devices.
Thank you for being on time. Great, awesome.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Now we will move on to the last pitch for the day. So please welcome Raw Pharma, Rushil Bharat. Oh, sorry. So Rushil, he has a strong foundation in pharmaceutical industry and hands-on experience in manufacturing plant operations. And Raw Pharma is basically an B2B e-commerce platform for procurement of raw materials for food, pharmaceutical and chemical industries. We can begin.
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon.
One more point. In your investor form, the name Raw Pharma may not be there. I would request to please add it there. It got missed due to some last minute things. We'll be sharing the deck and all the details after the pitches. Yeah.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Namaste. First of all, thank you for sitting here empty stomachs for such a long time. So I'll start my pitch. So my name is Rushil and I'm the founder of Raw Pharma Bees. So we are a B2B e-commerce platform for realizing the process of procurement of food, pharma and chemical raw materials for the industry. So basically we can say pharmaceutical, food and chemical companies are our customers. So this is about us. We are not just changing the process of procurement, we are also digitalizing the complete completely offbeat and offline markets and turning it into a digital first market, digital experience. While the raw material market seems, boring and not so good, but it is a 7.2 trillion market size of a market. So here's the problems. To be very easy, I'll give an example for a problem. Let's say a purchase manager of ABC Pharmaceuticals, Mr. X, has got a requirement of, let's say, 10 raw materials. So let's start with the process. So what the first he will do, go to the internet, ask for the, check for the suppliers, vendors, and first go on offline and send in first email. This is the, right now the process is this. Okay, maybe he's lucky, within 24 hours he'll get a reply with the rates. Again he'll negotiate, again he'll go for the documentation, then again for the compliance document. So at the end, Mr. X will approximately take 3 days to complete his procurement requirements, and there's no one-stop solution currently available here. So what we are doing is, let's 1 minute. So we are providing an online B2B experience where somebody can come and crunch their 3-day times into just a 10-minute process. It's as simple as ordering on Amazon or something like that. All the relevant documents or say compliance documents with the product are available online. You can simply download it and make the progress. We are not just giving the online process, we are also doing a quality check for it, because there are high chances of getting a substandard product while in the pharmaceutical industries. It's not the pharma, we are into food and chemicals also. So value proposition, we offer all the products on a single platform with open rates, online services, compliance document, etc. Customer do not have to go to the process of buying product in tedious and time consuming manner and nearly can automate their purchasing process. How does it work? It's a three-step simple. Register on the website, get a pro forma. Once the pro forma and the background of the corporate is issued the PO, it can straight away be dispatched. So target markets are food, pharma and chemicals. I don't want to evaluate the market size. Everybody knows the food, pharma and chemical market size. This is our traction in last 2023, we clocked 1.78 CR. This year will be closing 2.4 CR around. In March we'll closing for 2.4 CR INRs. Competition, right now the competition is generally we are trying to replace traditional traders who are offline and like they have a mass bulk go downs for the raw materials. We will replacing this kind of a competition. Why now? Food, pharma are the largest and the fastest growing industry. Both the industry belong to essential services sector and do not get affected in any crisis. Okay. So this is the last page. You can see my time is over. I'll go for the questions, please.
Take the responsibility for the product?
Yes, we do. Because we buy in bulk and sell in retail, so for us to just check a one lot of testing and we can give this certification of quality to multiple retail distribute into small quantities.
Hi, nice presentation.
Thank you.
And are you using any framework, pre-configured framework for this, or are you building this software from scratch?
This is not a software, sir. This is a simple e-commerce website. Our we are completely operational driven like business. Only the way we can scale is operation and using tech, of course. But this is not a software. This is just an e-commerce base.
And the major pain points for B2B is not the procurement itself. It is mostly to do with credit and approval flows. So how do you manage that in your framework?
So let's say if we have a compliance totally document, like if you say X product, the compliance documents are already on the product page and you can simply download it and get all the requirements within the 10 minutes. That's what we do. We have simplified and we take a challenge that we will be reducing your total purchase cost by at least 2 to 5%. That's what we say because the customer does not need anything else rather than just cost saving. If we do online or offline, doesn't matter. But the
first 9 months of revenue?
yes, sir. This is your yes, this is the turnover. It's current, sir. Okay, last, it will be, sir, around, I don't know about the last 9 months, but in March, we'll be closing at 2.4 CR, financial year, sir. Yes, sir. That's why we want to pour it up and get something. Now we have started from last month we started the fundraising process because now we want a booster dose because we are getting stocked up into bulk buying. And there are some pain points we want to solve with the funds, sir. That's why.
Thank you, Rishal.
Thank you.
I think now we can close it with the
For sure.
closing
Thank you,
notes,
sir.
and
Thank you.
I just have a few thoughts to share. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all the investors for taking out their time and attending the pitches. 10 to 2 as mentioned, but 10 to 2:30. So it's not easy to sit for 4 hours and listen to all these pitches. And definitely so much of information within 4 hours to grasp everything and ask the right questions and gauge the startup in the right way. It is definitely not easy, but I really appreciate the efforts. And I think that makes it challenging for both startups and investors. Likewise. So really thank you for that. We very well appreciate that, and we will try to share all the startup details with you so that you can reach out at your own. And we just hope that it is helpful for both the startups and the investors. Please do ensure that you submit your forms. And for any queries, please reach out to our team members. They will help you with that. There might be a little delay because the team is doing a lot of things parallelly. Secondly, I would like to thank the startups traveling from all the way around from Delhi, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Hyderabad to Mumbai. That is really hard, and we appreciate your enthusiasm and we appreciate your determination.